Good evening, everyone. Let's wait a little bit for the stream feed to catch up. It's good to see you guys. Twitch feed is up. We're gonna make our final announcements before we will start our show today. I got some inspiration from Simpson to do the intro bit. I think you guys gonna like this one. I'm probably the cheesiest person you'll ever meet, and I'm fine with that. Just bear with me a second, guys. We are gonna start here shortly. I'm gonna let people know in the Twitter page for Planetside 2 that we are starting. It has been a long time coming. Sarlo is first. Sarlo calls first dibs. Just kidding. I wonder who's got. We could do a Sarlo challenge, but that would be too cheesy. I mean, Sarlo could go against. Wait a minute, Sarlo. You know what, Sarlo? Let's do a fun mini game here. You guys can join in the chat there. You don't necessarily need to have the video running if you're having problems with your internet connection. We're just gonna start a mini game right now. Let's start with that grand prize of 10,000 streamer money, because why not? 60 seconds. Who's gonna win the grand prize? While that's going on, let me just make the last announcement that we are live right now. Welcome, Scooby. Okay. Dude, I'm nervous right now, but we will make this work. Some people came in at the last minute to join us for this show, and we are gonna do this. I have reached out to as many people as I could to talk about the 10th anniversary of Planetside 2. Winter Gaming was notified, but unfortunately couldn't make it today. Let's do this. Hey, Takano Nerd, welcome everyone. We're gonna start talking about Planetside 2 soon. Sarlo, I'm gonna challenge you. Actually, no, I can't challenge you, Sarlo. You don't have any streamer money. Okay. Who's gonna win the grand prize? Okay. We're gonna let the Planetside 2 guys know and the RPG guys know that we are doing this right now. And Sarlo has won. Okay, Sarlo. I'm gonna challenge you right now for 5,000 streamer money. Are you going to accept my little duel, Sarlo? I'm also gonna message one more person on social media to see if they're gonna be showing up. Oh, streamer privilege, streamer privilege, streamer privilege. Okay, let's start another one right now. Let's do another grand prize of 10,000. Whoops, I messed up. There we go. Join in on the mini game, guys. We'll be starting here shortly. Yes, it's a chat battle, or an orbital money streamer battle. Never mind, too cheesy. Okay, just bear with me, guys. We are getting close to getting started. Today, we're sort of winging it, because I managed to get as many people as I could just to talk about this game today. We're going to be starting off, we're going to talk about Planetside 1, and we're going to move on to Planetside 2. It's going to be very interesting how today's going to turn out. A couple of people in particular, one person in particular is going to help us talk about Planetside 1 in particular. I don't know much about Planetside 1. I only started with Planetside 2 in 2019. This is all going to be very enlightening. Okay. Let's do this, everyone. And Scooby Snack wins! Congrats! Let's start another one right now. Same thing. Alright, just bear with me. Just posting a couple more messages are all around. And by the way, guys, you guys can mess around with me here. But first, a bit of a round of applause for everybody that joined us today. Round of applause for everybody that showed up today. I thank you for being here. I just added the sound alerts, so you guys can chime in on that anytime you want. Yes, we have sound alerts, Sarlo. Yeah, there's the channel points and there's the extensions if you want. Planetside One was your favorite? I would like to hear more about your experiences. I would like to hear all of you to share me about your experiences of Planetside One. Bishop is going to be joining us in the show today to talk about Planetside One. He has a couple of videos and some screenshots to show you how different Planetside One was. And I win again. Okay, no. I'm gonna gamble right now. 10,000. And I lost 10,000. See, there's no such thing as streamer privilege. There's no such thing. Let's start another one right now. Oh, I screwed up again. Let's start another one with 10,000. Actually, no, we're gonna start with 1,000. Let's go. Just finishing my social media post right now. I finished Facebook right now, and I'm gonna finish off with my Patreon. Just gonna quickly put this out there. If you guys wish to support the show, you guys can do it either Twitch subbing, Patreon, or the merch store, whichever you want, if you ever decide to do that. And Sarlo, I know you haven't seen me in a while, but I finally added in some follower emotes and anime emotes that you guys can use. These are just a few of my emotes, if you guys are interested. I'm so excited right now. Sorry, I sound like a little kid looking at candy right now. Okay. Just bear with me, guys. We're almost ready to go. Patreon is... What the heck is wrong with Patreon right now? I can't log in. What the heck is wrong with Patreon today? Oh, really, Patreon? You redesigned it. Great. And I have to learn... I should have done this earlier. No matter. We're gonna start. It's rigged. Fine. Fine. We're gonna start another one right now just to keep you guys interested. We'll be starting very soon here, shortly. Yeah, Bishop is trying to send somebody else in here, but there is some technical issues. Don't worry, guys. We are almost ready. Later, we're going to be talking about the dev letter that just dropped into Planetside 2 today. We're going to be talking about that at the very end. So we're going to talk about Planetside 1 first, eventually to Planetside 2, and dev letter last. Simple. This is going to be fun, guys. Okay, we're almost ready. We're almost ready. Discord is almost done. Who's gonna win the next minigame, guys? Don't be afraid to go crazy a little bit with the sound alerts. Who's winning the next one? People are freaking out about boats. Come on, guys, have you not seen Baywatch? Have any of you guys ever seen Baywatch? I know there were no guns in that. I know there were no guns in that show, but just imagine some fan service and some chaos. Not too hard, is it? Let's start another one right now, guys. Dear Dread wins. Congrats. Let's start another one right now. Vanu beats spandex. Oh, I would like to see an artist out there draw a Vanu Beach spandex. Definitely not going to be disturbing, is it? That would be so cool to see a Vanu Beach spandex on art. That would be so cool. Okay, we're almost ready to go. I'm just making the last post on Patreon right now. I appreciate you guys being patient with me today. Today is June the 21st. Time goes so quickly, doesn't it, guys? It really goes by so quick. Alright, let's go. And here we are, guys. I'm about to hit that start button right now. Oh, by the way, guys, see this credits on the left side? If you are gonna stay to me until the end, your name will show up there. Oh, thank you so much, Scooby, for gifting a sub. Thank you so much for that. Check out my emotes down the right side. 10 ties at once. I can only imagine how goofy that's gonna look. maybe if I got enough streamer money, I will actually do that. Imagine me wearing 10 ties. If I get a decent amount of streamer money, I will do that. Type in exclamation point points. That's how you check how much streamer money you have. If I get maybe 1 million or something, you could probably wear 10 ties. It looks so ridiculous. Why not? I give you guys an incentive. Okay. Here we go, guys. We're gonna start the show here in a moment. I appreciate you guys being super patient with me. A lot of this was a lot of the people that are decided to come on today's show came in at the very last minute. So we are doing our best to entertain you guys today. Getting things prepared today is a big understatement, and you will see why. We're gonna start off with one video that I think I'm gonna get you guys hyped up for today's show, and I got the exact video that we're gonna be doing today. I know exactly what we're gonna do. Okay. All right, here we go, guys. It's time to start the show. I'm gonna pull the guys on Discord here shortly. Let's hype it up. Yeah. All right, stinger time. And okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for the bits there, Deirdre. Thank you. So I'm gonna start off just by saying thank you so much for coming on today's show, guys. And wait a minute, I got the wrong template. Okay, first of all, I want to introduce myself. Hi, my name is Mmo Fps. You might remember me from such YouTube videos such as 8 years of Planetside 2 and first play montage of Valorant. What are we doing today? We're going to be talking about 10 years of Planetside 2. And what better way to do that by starting off with a video that I made 2 years ago called 8 years of Planetside 2. Now, this was an interesting project because I did not have observer camera at the time. And if anybody knows what this game is playing behind me, you guys get extra points. Good to see you guys. All right, let me just get this game up and running here. I can barely see here. Okay, hold on. All right, here we go, guys. I'm gonna show you guys my screen here if I can. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to put the stinger. Good to see you guys. Whoops! Wrong page. Wrong page. Wrong page. There we go. There we go, guys. 8 years of Planetside 2. Here we go. I just reassigned my scenes here soon. I just want to show you what 8 years of Planetside 2 video looks like. I made this 2 years ago. I just want to give you guys the hype of Planetside just a little bit. I may not have Planetside 1, but I put a lot of love onto this video 2 years ago. Just want to give you guys a little bit of a hype. And then we're going to start introducing our guests today. Don't worry, this is not a very long video. It's only 4 minutes long. Here we go. Let's begin. Let's do this. Thank you so much for your patience, guys. Here we go. Okay, play. I had a weaker computer at the time, so this was a bit of a challenge to do. I tried to incorporate infantry, armor, and aircraft gameplay all into this 4-minute video. RAF, AODR, and a couple others are in this video, if you guys are paying attention. SKL, huge shout out to SKL for helping me get some of these shots. BCO is here. Good to see. I apologize that the video quality is not the best, but at least you guys get to see what I try to do here. The old Esamir. I like this aerial shot. Can't forget about the Valkyrie and Galaxy drops, can I? Max crashes. Bastions, you can't forget those. Harassers. Armor clashes. Mag Riders. 8 or more of them. FedEx was part of this video. Infiltrators. Aerial strikes. We need to see more of this in the game. We need to see more of this. Judoka, shout out to VCO. Base, the flail. Who doesn't like the flail? And the Colossus. Harassers. Love it. This took me weeks just to get them all. This took me weeks to get all the footage together.
All forces at ground. Orbital strike.
What better way to finish a video with orbital strikes? This was not an easy project for me to do, but I'm glad to have gotten this done. The Planetside 2 escalation screen. Who remembers this photo when it was first released a couple of years ago? Here's the quick credit screen. So, like I said earlier, I directed and edited this whole video by myself. And one of the highlights for this whole video, I want to quickly go over with you, was... Let me see if I can pull it up right now. No, not right there. This mega base that we built for this one video. It's only on the screen for a few seconds, but I thought it was worth showing. This took 40 minutes to build up. This base, if I remember correctly, this base with at least 3 or 5 people took us about 40 minutes to build. Just look at this. Just look at how much is on here. May not be the best well-built base, but it looks great on screen. That's one of the highlights, honestly, in this whole video. Yeah, that's one of the best highlights for me. Yeah, like I said earlier, I wanted to incorporate everything into this one video. Most people just do infantry shots. That's a given for most shooters, but I wanted to incorporate construction, armor gameplay, and air combat. And that was one of the reasons I made this video. And remember those shoutouts I told you about SKL? I spoke to a couple of big groups in this game, and SKL helped me with this shot in particular, just to give you an example. When alert was over, the entire platoon started the warp gate, and we did a nice shot with a Valkyrie. You guys can't see it, but we did this shot with a Valkyrie. I did not have observer camera at the time, but I cut off the top portion of the screen, and if I did not cut off the top portion of the screen, you would see a Valkyrie gun right there. I don't remember who flew the Valkyrie at the time, but I just want to quickly show you gonna quickly give a shout out to all the people that helped make this film possible. So the film crew assistants I had at the time was Achilles, Elray Zero, Dromlius, Local Dingus, Mark AM, and Eridice. Just want to give a quick shout out to all of those that helped me make this video possible. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be able to get this video done. Oh, I almost forgot to play you the end portion of the video. AODR celebrating the end of an alert. Shout out to Sokar's Legion, by the way. I don't know if you can see the names. I can't see the names very clearly at this resolution, but I wonder how many of these people are still playing the game. Shout out to you guys. And finally, we have 8 seconds. This group is still active. Shout out to the 8 sec guys as well. 1vex1, I believe, still plays this game. I wanted to start off with a bang with this video, and I hope you guys liked it. All right, now let's see how we're gonna be doing. Now, this is how we're gonna be doing today's show. Now, we're gonna switch to a different template here. Thank you so much for the pictures, Tucano. Now, this is how we're gonna do today's show. We are gonna start off. So if you guys wish to join the conversation, we are gonna be on our Discord server. And how this is gonna work is you're gonna be in the audience, as you see right in front of me. And if you wish to speak, there's a little hand icon, which it looks like this. And you can request to speak, and I'll see a little icon appear in front of you. Yes, Orex is here. We're gonna start things off right away. Now, the first thing we're gonna start things off is we're gonna talk about Planetside One. Planetside One is going to be the first thing we're going to be talking about, and thankfully Bishop is here to talk about it. And let's do a quick raffle once again here. Let's do a quick raffle, by the way, guys, while we're keeping things interesting here. So Bishop, I'm going to invite you to speak. Come on into the podium. Bishop, right. Welcome to the show. Hello. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. I wanted to bring you onto the show first because you have, I think, out of all the people that showed up today, you have the most information about Planetside One. And we're going to be sharing you guys what Planetside One was like. There are some pictures and images you have to show me, which we'll be going over here in a moment. I want only people. So far when it comes to speakers, I only want people that have any Planetside experience to speak up, and that's what we're going to be doing here first. So Bishop, let's start things off. Okay, hang on a sec. Let me just get a quick text template here shortly. We're going to make this into a video later, so that if anybody wants to watch this bit later, it's going to be easier for you to look into the YouTube video. Okay, here we go. We're going to start off with chapter. We're going to add a little text here. Give me a second here, Bishop. I'm just doing this for the YouTube video later. Yeah, like I said earlier, Bishop, all of this was kind of last minute. So we're basically winging it right now. Oh yeah, Scooby, thank you so much. Bishop, like I said before to you in the DM, Bishop, I'm so glad that you're here because I don't think there's a lot of people still here that want to talk about Planetside One in detail. And I'm very glad you're here.
That's always good to know what the roots are. People have different perspectives on Planetside based on their experiences because the game has evolved a lot. It's definitely not the same game it was 19 years ago.
Exactly. And if I'm going to be honest, when it comes to my roots, I do not start to have an audience, for example, until I start playing Planetside 2 in particular. And I started off playing with some groups in Planetside 2 as just like a normal member of a platoon or a squad. But slowly over time, I seem to have the traits of a leader. I'm not perfect like anybody else, but I just seem to have a knack for leading people. I just love helping people, and I just love leading and helping people. I don't know how I can do it, but it just seems it comes natural for some people. And I just want to start things off by saying that just want to say thank you for everybody that decided to show up here today. Just bear with me, I'm going to fix this text here shortly. Okay, Planetside One. This is what happens when we do everything at the last minute. Okay, just bear with me. We're going to start the discussion here shortly. Just bear with me. Finally, the background opacity in the text. Okay, text is going to be a black color, of course. Okay. All right, now we're going to make this smaller. All right, there we go. Okay, let's move this thing a little bit to the side, I think. And let's move that to the left side. So we're gonna be doing this podcast today in 3 parts. Oh, there's okay. Let me see if I can turn off Bishop. Oh, I got Bishop at 200%. Bishop, quick audio test. Can you speak up?
Check 1, 2. We good? How does
I
that
got
sound?
how does that, audience? I got Bishop at 200%. Is it better? Perfect. Oh,
Great.
hold on. Hold on a second. That text is hard to read. That text is hard to read, the purple color. Let me change that into yellow. Hold on. Okay. Here we go. Let's start talking about Planetside One. This is gonna be our first part we're gonna be talking about. So Bishop, you have the most information. So I'm gonna let you talk uninterrupted and start from the very beginning.
All right, so Planetside One is really the first attempt at an MMO FPS that there ever was. So, your competitors at the time, it was like Battlefield 1942, was a larger scale first-person shooter. So I forgot what the teams were like on that, but I think it's probably like 16 versus 16 was the most you could get on Battlefield 1942. And then aside from that, you had things like Quake, a lot of death matches. Unreal Tournament was out, and Counter-Strike. So Counter-Strike had just gotten into competitive play. It had gotten out of alpha, and had actually been, accepted by. It went from a mod to an actual full-out game as part of the Half-Life franchise, basically. But you didn't have anything that compared to Planetside. Planetside 1 launched, and you saw things like outfits, which is Planetside version of a clan or a guild. It was a regular occurrence to have outfits at 1,500 members. Not just like one or two that were well known, but every outfit had 1,000 members, 1,500 members. It was just huge, and it played differently. So in Planetside 2, we've got all these different base designs, and 30 bases on a continent. In Planetside 1, you had something more like 10 to 15 bases on a continent, and there were only 5 types. And those are your big white bases. So you had tech plants, interlinks, biolabs. I'm drawing a blank on the other 2 types. But you basically had amp stations. You had 5 base layouts, and they were the same no matter what continent you were on. A tech plant was always the same tech plant, same building, same base layout and everything. But it was a slower paced game because there were only 2 capture types. You either took control of the main building and got into an area called the CC, the control console, and you had to have a hacker hack it. So infiltrators were basically, they were really important. The infiltrator would sneak in and hack the control console, and then you had to do a King of the Mountain for 15 minutes. And that's every single base. Regardless of what type it was. And the crazy thing about it wasn't you sit in the zone of control of a control console and 15 minutes later you win, and if they jump on the point, they take it from you. It's if somebody hacked that control console, it would flip the timer back. It wouldn't even roll the timer back, it would cancel the hack. So a cloaker could sneak in to the control point while you're defending it and hack it, and the timer would suddenly stop. That screenshot's amazing. So galaxies could carry small vehicles, and then there was a Lodestar vehicle there that could carry heavy tanks. So we could fly Vanguards and Prowlers and Mag Riders not only across continent, but from continent to continent. You could take your Lodestar with your heavy battle tank on it and fly it through a warp gate and teleport it to another continent and then drop it off on some other base you were fighting at. What are some of the other big differences? There was a capture the flag format. So some bases you were doing that 15-minute hack, and other bases you were hacking the control console and it would drop I forgot what it was called, but it would drop a module and you would have to carry that, and then somebody would pick you up like with a harasser or something. They'd pick you up, and you'd have to drive it back to the control console of the base you controlled that was linked to it. The flow of battle was basically you had a base, and then you had the sphere of influence, which you might know as the no build zone on Planetside 2 now. In that sphere of influence, you would have a tower. and the tower had a spawn room in the basement. And so the flow of battle was, we're going to start a fight. I control this base. I'm going to go down the lattice and attack the next base. We would bring in troops through a troop transport or an AMS, which is a sunderer, a cloaked sunderer. And the first thing you do is take the tower, because once you controlled the tower, the spawn room would then start working for your friendly empire. And then it was a short hop and a skip over from the tower to the main base walls. I have no idea what those wildlife creatures are.
I thought for a second Planetside One had wildlife.
So you basically had a known flow of battle. It wasn't just throw bodies on the point, and if you have more bodies on the point for the timer to go down, you win. It was, you had to control the interior of the building and keep a security patrol, basically keep people on top of it that are looking for a cloaker that's going to try to reset the hack. So there was a definite flow of battle where it was take the tower, then control the area around the walls of the base, because every base was designed kind of like an interlink facility is right now. So every base had a huge wall around it, and you had to get through the wall, over the walls, and then control the courtyard, the outside area inside the walls, so that you could then do a inch by inch corridor fight battle into the base to get into the base. So every single base had every element of the game. You had armor and air that needed to suppress the sphere of influence. You needed to suppress the courtyard, and then once you controlled the courtyard and you could get your sunders, your spawn point set up inside the courtyard, you had corridor tunnel fighting down into the lower levels of the base to get to where you needed to go in order to get the hack on. So every single fight was air, ground, infantry, and then it was just a meat grinder getting through the hallways. And that's where max crashes came from, because if you had a platoon, and platoons in Planetside One were 36 people, if you had a platoon of maxes, that's a really formidable force. It's like almost impossible to drop if they can get inside the base. Once they're inside, they're going to clear the hallways. OSs were a lot deadlier. OSs destroyed basically anything in their path. And OSs weren't something that you spent outfit points on. They were something that you got. You had your battle rank like we do now, but you also had a command rank. And command rank you only earned by leading squads and platoons. And once you maxed out your command rank, which was not easy to do, every 3 hours you could set off an OS. There were no resources or anything spent for it. And so in the late stages of the game, everyone had command rank 5, everyone had an OS. And so you'd have these battles for these bases where you completely controlled the outside and you were fighting down the hallways, and then the people inside would drop OSs on the base and wipe out everything, and then the fight would start over. So that's kind of like the difference play style wise for Planetside One. I saw a message here in a chat. Scooby Snack Attack was asking to give a shout out for Planetside Forever. They have like reverse engineered Planetside One. You can find it online, and there are servers where you can play Planetside One right now. But as far as the history of the game and how it feeds into Planetside 2, I think one of the big noticeable things was Planetside 1's player population dropped over time. To the point where the last few years of it, you did not have people just signing on casually to play. So right now we have a ton of people who aren't in outfits, or we have brand new outfits that are popping up all over the place. You know, these people get together, they start a squad, they're like, hey, let's start an outfit. And so there's always new names. Like the big outfits that are big in Planetside 2 now are not the same outfits that were leading the game 4 years ago. There's a lot of evolution in Planetside 2. Planetside 1, it was a subscription game. There was no free to play. So if you were playing, you were spending $15 a month to play it. So as the game population declined, you only had serious outfits playing. People who were putting their money where their mouth is, paying for the subscription, and joining an outfit. And so there were a lot of basically really well-entrenched, established outfits that have been there for years, and that's the only people who played. So it turned into every base you were at, it's like, okay, which outfit's going to defend this base? And everybody knew who everybody was. And we even staged our own events without the company doing server smashes. We would set stuff like that up between the outfits to have more fun between each other. And that was a lot of fun. The carryover into Planetside 2 with that was when Planetside 2 launched, when Planetside 2 was announced, it revitalized Planetside 1, and there was this huge spike in all these old players and old outfit leaders coming back to Planetside 1 to get their practice on. And so when Planetside 2 launched, all of these old outfits from Planetside 1 got together and basically had meetings and said, which server are we going to play on? And these are like enemies talking. This is like people on the VS talking to the NC going, we like fighting against you. Like, we've been doing this for years. What server are you guys going to be on so we can be on the same server? And so we did that. The Emerald server, and I know that's where SKL's plays at. Emerald server used to be called Matherson's. And when Planetside 2 realized that it wasn't going to, when the population was starting to drop, they merged some servers. They had a lot of servers at first, and they made a smaller number of servers. And so they had a server smash.
Yeah, we'll talk about. Let's try to stick to PS1 first. We could get to PS2 later.
Sure. Yeah. So I think one of the big things I left out of Planetside 1, which you can see on the screen there, well, if you look up Battle Frame Robotics, I know I saw some photos of it earlier. There's a lot of lore in Planetside 1 that's part of Planetside 2 that people aren't even aware of. But yeah, Battle Frame Robotics. So their first and only content drop for Planetside 1 was to give us Mech Warriors. And when these things launched, you had to go. They created a cavern system, which is kind of like the cave at. Oh, now I'm drawing a blank. Not the Crown, the base in the middle of Amherst.
I can chime in a bit. When did these Battleframe Robotics first start appearing in Planetside 1?
I want to say 2005. The end of 2005. So the beta was in middle of May 2003. 2004 is when the game was astronomically huge. And when I say it was huge, there were some continents would have, like Osher right now, that has long bridges across water. There were continents where basically that's how that continent was set up. But again, we're only talking about 10 to 15 bases on a continent. And you can only attack ones you were linked to. And generally a base only had one or two links to the next base. So it wasn't like which of these 10 bases are we going to fight at? It's which of these 2 bases are we fighting at? Yeah. And you would have these really long bridges. And I think Cysor is one. If you look up CYSSOR. There it is, bottom left corner of that current image.
Right here, the one I have right now?
Yeah, so bottom left is the Cysor continent. That green one in the bottom.
Oh, yeah, Cysor. Yeah, there it is, yeah.
Yeah, so there were really long bridges, and you had to get your equipment across the water to get to the next base. And so we would have 12-hour-long bridge combats. You would spend an entire day trying to take the bridge. That's unheard of in Planetside 2. You might have a 2-hour-long bridge battle, but the alert's going to kick off at some point. But you would literally have 500 people fighting over a bridge because you had to get to the next linked base, and you had one option.
Yeah, I'm just loading up Scissor right now. If it even shows up on a search result here.
But whereas we'll say in Planetside 2, we'll say Indar Fundar. We called Cysor side. Everyone wanted to fight on Cysor.
That's not a coincidence. It's kind of like a scissor, doesn't it?
Yeah. So here's the thing. All the continents and all the bases are named after different gods of different belief systems, different pantheons.
Yeah, so we've got Scissor, Amrish, Sirushan, TR Sanctuary, Solsar, NC Sanctuary, Osher, Sirhus, Ishundar, Forcerol, VS Sanctuary, Hassan, and Izmir. I'm surprised the sanctuaries are in the actual map. That's interesting.
So how that worked is you had I'm an NC player, so we had the NC Sanctuary, and it would link you have a work gate on the NC Sanctuary, and it links to 2 continents, and those are your quote unquote home continents. And so you can only fight at bases that are linked to bases, and you can only fight on continents that are linked to continents that you control. So if I'm in the NC Sanctuary, and let's say Ishindar and Sicer are home continents, we have to make sure we control those before the warp gates on those continents are active, and then we can go through those warp gates, and they each link. Each of those continents have 2 other warp gates that link to 2 other continents. So each empire had 2 home continents, and then you had another. I want to say another 4 continents in the middle that were kind of like no man's land. In order to fight on those continents in the middle, you had to have control of your home continents. So when in Planetside 1, when you warp gate somebody, like in Planetside 2, when you warp gate somebody, we're on Indar, and you push them all the way back to their warp gate. Planetside 1, in order to warp gate somebody, you have to control your home continents and the home continents in the middle of the map, and then from those, take over both continents that are the home continents of your enemy. And that was what warp gating was called, to where they literally could not fight anywhere except for coming out of their sanctuary. And that did happen, and I think I sent you some images.
Yeah, am I allowed to go to your DMs right now as you talk?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah. So there's a couple images there where it's there you go.
Yeah, I'm getting to it right now. Continue.
Yeah. So there's images where you see a massive amount of tanks. So that's a screenshot of my outfit back in Planetside 1. If you keep going down.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down.
I'm watching the stream. Sorry, there's a
no
delay.
no problem. We got the final moments of Planetside 1 that you guys can look up when the servers before got shut down.
Yeah.
And
right below the final moments is a screenshot of a raid.
NC raid.
Yeah, when you get warp gated, you literally have nowhere to go except for your sanctuary. And so all of the outfits of a particular empire would communicate with each other, and they would line up hundreds of players.
I have to ask you this, Bishop. When you have this many players in one area, did it lag?
Not at all.
No?
I didn't. No, there were not like, oh wow, there's too many people at this fight to fight. Like the game was low resolution, even for the time it performed.
It performed well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was on dial-up originally when this came out. Maybe like DSL 1.5 meg per second connection. But yeah, the fights were massive. We actually formed a new conglomerate alliance of the top 10 ranked NC outfits in the game, and then once a week we would have an alliance night where we would have 170 players on a voice server together, and we would be broken up into divisions. So each outfit would have its own division. You'd have one commander commanding 10 outfits.
Wow.
Whereas, like, today we yell at each other on command chat and argue over what we're going to do. We actually had an alliance where each week we would pick a different outfit leader or one of his officers to lead the entire group. And so you'd have 170 people, which was the most you could fit onto one continent for a single empire.
I want you to describe quickly what the orbital strikes were like in Planetside 1. I think I got the right image right here, but I can't understand exactly where the orbital strike actually happens at this screenshot.
Okay, so they dropped the orbital strike on the door there, and this was to break up a max crash. We had an entire platoon of maxes that were running from the tower into this base, and they knew we were running towards the front door, so they dropped an orbital strike on it. And the orbital strikes were a lot more powerful. They would destroy your deployed sunders. Now, I'm using new terms. There was a Sunder, which was a transport vehicle, and there was an advanced mobile station, which was basically our cloaked version of a Sunder. The AMS for short. The AMSs were just a semi-truck that, when you deployed it, turned invisible like our cloaked Sundy does now, and people could spawn at it. The Sunderers in Planetside 1 were not spawn locations. They could fit 12 people in them. They had a big gun and a small gun and some machine guns on them. They were heavily armored, and they were there just to transport troops. So in Planetside 2, they just said, we're going to make the Sunderer be able to transport troops and be a spawn location. And when Planetside 2 launched, the Sunderers did not have a cloaking field. You could not buy that. So that was kind of neat. So in Planetside One, you would have people who they prided themselves on being good AMS drivers and knowing where to park the cloaked Sunderer. That's what they would do, is they drive AMSs. And so we had people who were basically professional AMS drivers. That's what they did because they were so vital to a fight. You didn't have spawn beacons. You didn't have routers. You only had these cloaked AMS spawn points and the towers outside of the base you were fighting at to spawn at. That's it. That was a really big deal.
The next thing I want to talk about is the screenshot you gave me. How different the UI was. So, are you seeing the screenshot that I'm showing you right now? And feel free to talk about what's in the screenshot right here, because I don't think a lot of the fan base here knows much about Planetside One. So let's focus on this photo in particular and explain what's on this. So I know there are some things on the screen. It's a little blurry, but just give us an explanation to what we see in this photograph right here.
Right. So this is a screenshot from a max crash right before the one that the OS destroyed. So starting at the top of the screen, there's your squad lists, your platoon, and you could have 3 squads, and your members went from left to right. So the top row is one squad, the second row is another squad, the third row is another squad. So in this one, we've got 3 squads, and there's only 2 people in the third squad. And you can see their health and everything right there. So you know who's down, you know who's up, and you know if somebody needs to be repaired or healed, and you can see their name and everything. All that information's on the top of the screen. The next thing you've got is, obviously you still have your respawn if you die in the center of the screen. That's what that message is. Your mini-map on the bottom corner could be expanded like it can now. It's not quite as detailed, but you can kind of see on there, you can see some green dots and some green lines. The green lines are maxes that are going down a hallway inside that base. So that was a max crash that was going through this back door to get inside the basement of the base. And then you see the chat window is down there in bottom middle of the screen. There was no voice comms. If you wanted to talk to somebody else who played the game, you had to get on TeamSpeak or Ventrilo. Those were the voice applications that were out at the time. In game, there was no voice. So everyone watched their chat windows, and everyone would pay attention to what's going on in chat. That's how we communicated. Now, of course, once you're in an outfit, we would get a voice server, and then you do everything with your outfit. But the rest of the game, there was you could like send sit reps and stuff through the command chat, but there was no command voice. So if the NC wanted to get their act together, they did it through typing, or they set up alliance servers, voice servers to talk on. That's about that for the UI.
Did you talk about the one that's on the bottom right there?
That's just your options. So, like, if you were to hit escape in Planetside 2, and you have that bottom row of icons to go into your gear or look at your boosts or go to the shop, go to the map, that's what that is basically.
Okay. Yeah, honestly, go ahead.
I did leave something out. One of the biggest changes that Planetside 2 did from Planetside 1 was, in Planetside 1, it was a true MMO, Massive Multiplayer Online, with character levels. So in Planetside 2, just to give a comparison, Planetside 2, you have different classes, right? You can be a medic, you can be a heavy, and then you spend cert points to get gear and skills within those classes. In Planetside 1, there were no classes. You got a limited number of cert points, and the cert points were spent to buy into the ability to use different things or to have different skills. And so instead of having an infiltrator that can hack things and having a medic that can heal things as classes that you can just swap out what class you're doing, you actually had to develop your character. So you couldn't get everything. Even at max level, you could not have everything on your character. So you had to decide what you were going to get. If you wanted to pull a Vanguard, you had to spend cert points to unlock Vanguard. And I'm just going to throw out random numbers here, but let's say at top rank, you might get 100 cert points. The ability to pull a Vanguard is a skill that you buy for, let's say, 5 of those. And if you wanted to be an advanced medic that could resurrect people, you got to buy into the first level of medic and then to the second level. So you would custom tailor your character to do the things you like to do in the game and only those things. So if you didn't buy medic, you could not res people. And again, there was a scarcity of points. You could not do everything in the game. And now, I forgot how often it was. Every once in a while, you could do a character reset, and it would unspend all of your points, and you could rebuild the character. But right now, you can spawn any class you want and play any way you want. In Planetside One, there was thought put into what is my character going to do. So that was a huge change.
I'm just talking. I finally pulled up your video called "The Last BFR" just to show what kind of gameplay there is.
Sure.
And
Well, so the last BFR video doesn't show gameplay because this is an actual film that we produced and shot. So all of this is scripted, and we had to set up scenes and find continents that people weren't fighting on to do the scenes. It took us about 1.5 years to get all the scenes and do the voiceovers. My friend that directed this and wrote the score. It's got its own music soundtrack to it and everything. But it tells the story of the BFR, the Battleframe Robotics, which basically a lot of people say ruined Planetside 1. You had tens of thousands of players. BFRs came out, and they were overpowered. Once you unlocked the BFR, which you had to go through some things in the game to do, a single BFR, if piloted well, could kill 10 main battle tanks without even being scratched.
that's what a Sunder looks like?
That's a Sunder, yep. And again, a Sunder is not a spawn point, it's just a transport.
Even though this is scripted, but this should give enough of an idea to Planetside 2 players how Planetside 1 was back then. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say that the Planetside 1 Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
So if you go forward, there's a big section there. That's the actual battle we scripted to fight the BFR.
Under what timestamp is that?
That's around 22 or so.
22, got it.
It's the one that says, the Battle of Ishindar.
That's a warp gate.
Yep. And so the story of this is, we wrote a story where the three empires realized that the BFRs were too deadly. They were weapons of mass destruction. And so the story that my friend wrote was that they did an arms agreement to dismantle BFRs and to remove the respawn protocols for the pilots to erase that technology from history. So basically everyone executed all their BFR pilots and blew the BFRs up. But one of them escaped. The NC's greatest warrior escaped. And these are his former friends hunting him down.
And there's the robotics in action.
Yeah.
Wow. This is my first time seeing this video, and I'm using this as a background while you're talking about Planetside 1. Even though it's scripted, it's really interesting to see how much different Planetside 2 is compared to Planetside 1.
Right.
And imagine seeing one of these things in Planetside 2 right now if that ever became a reality.
Yeah, so they eventually balanced the BFR. They made it so that it was vulnerable to infantry more, and it became a standard part of the game. But for about 6 months, BFR walked onto the battlefield. It was almost game over. Yeah.
It's like Transformers meets Planetside.
So this was a fun thing. This was towards the end of Planetside 1. We finished it up, I want to say, in 2010, 2011. It was about 2010 when we were filming the last of this. I do want to give a shout out to an old friend, the player who piloted the BFR for the movie, whose name was Kablast. He passed away a few months after the film was finished. And we knew that was coming. He was an older gentleman, but this was kind of a tribute to him as well. So a lot of heart and soul put into it. It's not as flashy as gameplay videos, but it tells a whole story and everything. It's pretty cool.
This is, even like I said earlier, even though this is scripted, it still gives you an idea of what the gameplay looks like. You got your Valkyries, you got your robotics, you got your continents. Not as much detail like foliage, but for its time, I think it looks pretty good. It really looks good. And you got your terminals.
Yeah, this game launched beta was in 2003, and there were tens of thousands of players playing it. It was the only game of its type. And it's like now you've got Battlefield 2042 launched with 128 player maps, and they're just now getting that type of stuff to work on these other games. Plantside's always been like the leader in that. They came up with the idea of these huge battles.
Wait a minute. Does Planetside 2 have aviator shades? Shades.
I don't know if they do.
Because look at this right here. That would be so cool to have on our character. Come on, Planetside 2. Why can't you give us these cool shades? I mean, like Top Gun. If Top Gun can have it, why can't we have that?
I should have mentioned this too. The person narrating the story is Das Alte Soldat, my outfit leader. He's got a booming, gruff voice for this film, and he was going to be here with us today, but he had some technical difficulties. But he's the heart and soul of our outfit. He's been in the leader's helm for 2005.
I understand why you need. I don't understand why there's phone verification, because I just turned it down to, well, you only have to be on the server for 10 minutes just to be on voice chat. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, no, and we don't understand why the phone verification isn't working either. Like he got the text messages, got the codes, put them in. Discord's not working for him for some reason, and it is what it is. But yeah, so.
And the video is called Last BFR. It looks like it's unlisted, so you need to have the link for it.
It is unlisted. I'm not sure why it's unlisted, but you do have to have the link.
I'll give the link to you guys in chat here, so you guys can check it out in your own time. There's the link right there for you guys. You just continue what you're talking about, because I'm just gonna play the rest of this video here as a background, just to give our Planetside 2 players what Planetside 1 is like.
Sure, I don't want to take up every...
Well, what is this vehicle right here, for example? Let's continue with that.
Okay, so this is another one of my sore spots in Planetside 2. That is a Skyguard.
Oh, hold on a second. Okay, let's pull it up. Let's get the money shot right here. Wait for it.
So the Skyguard was a harasser with the Skyguard gun on the back of it. And the reason that matters is because it was a lot deadlier. Like, Skyguards in Planetside 2 kind of harass air. Like, you can get some kills with them, but it's not like... It's like, if the pilot doesn't want to get killed by a Skyguard, it can get away. And even if there's multiple Skyguards, if it's like, oh wow, I'm taking damage, you can turn around and afterburn out. In Planetside 1, the Skyguard waited to pull the trigger, waited until it got a little closer, and then unleashed that Skyguard flak cannon on it. That air was dying. Like, these things had massive flak explosion radiuses on them, and they just shredded anything in the air. And of course, in Planetside 2, they just made it a gun that goes on the lightning tank. But yeah, these things were mobile and extremely deadly.
I have to ask you this: when it comes to these Skyguards and harassers, if you shoot it's possible to kill the player driving the vehicle, is it?
Nope. Yeah, there was no shooting the passenger or the driver.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought for sure when I saw this, hey, you can kill the driver, but you can't. Just like the lightnings we have now.
Right. So it was a faster lightning with a better gun.
Yeah, there's the robotics again. The robotics in the original game, is the animation for those a little choppy as we see right here in video?
Yeah, it was always like that. Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just my computer acting up, but no, that's pretty cool.
No. Planetside 1 was a little choppy. It wasn't lag. It's just the animations were rough. Yeah.
And wait, I have to ask you this: what graphics settings was this movie shot? Was it what is its best graphics quality, or had to be reduced so that there's not going to be as much slowdown?
It looks like he might have removed some of the foliage settings, so there's not as much ground cover.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he had a pretty good rig. This is about what Planetside 1 looked like. Yeah.
It kind of looks like Planetside 2 at low settings in some ways.
Well, and that's when Planetside 2 launched. It had ray tracing. Ray tracing was brand new, right? A lot of people don't know this, but when Planetside 2 launched, it actually, I would argue, looked better than it does today. But the servers weren't able to keep up with it. And so they spent like a year and a half recoding the game and removing the super advanced graphics. So yeah, when Planetside 2 launched, it was the most beautiful game we'd ever seen. We're in 500 player battles and the explosions are phenomenal. You got the ray tracing on the lights and everything. It was incredible.
Lens flare. Was this added in? Was this added into the movie, or does it appear like this in game? This lens flare right here.
No, he added that in.
Oh, that would have been so cool. That would have been so cool if it appeared like that. He hit the camera at the right position. That would have been so cool.
Games Rule says PS1 had an AT-AT what? Yeah, yeah. We had AT-ATs. They were amazing.
Yeah, I like that one right there in front of you. They call them robotics. And
Yeah.
the animation is that choppy when they're moving.
Well, and so we called them BFRs, right? Well, the other name for a BFR was big fucking robot. Yeah, that's what everybody called them. Or biffers. Biffers was
Wait a
the
minute.
slang for it.
That's the actual animation if you get off that thing.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. Hackers could hack your vehicle and eject the pilot and take control of your vehicle. You had to watch out for hackers. If I was in my Vanguard, a cloaker could sneak up to the Vanguard, and if I was stationary, they could hack it, and it would change Empire colors and kick me out.
Wait, if that was done in Planetside 2, the Infiltrators can hack your BFR, right?
Infiltrators were so much deadlier. They could infiltrators could shoot while cloaked. There was no uncloaking to shoot. Yeah, infiltrators were amazing in Planetside 1.
Wow. Again,
The infiltrators were not snipers though. The infiltrators only had pistols. Sniper was a weapon that you put on a normal character.
Again, where are our shades? You had it in Planetside 1. Why can't we have it in the sequel?
Well, I mean, the Paladin's cool. He's got to have his shades, man.
Mm-hmm. What else is there going on in this video? Oh, is that an orbital strike in the screen there?
Yeah, yeah. So this is the Paladin being destroyed by his right-hand man because he defied the Empire and refused the arms agreement, and so he's dropping an OS on his old friend, and that's the end of the video.
But I hope an orbital strike plays in its entirety because I think a lot of people are interested to see what the orbital strike looked like in the previous game. Okay, here we go. Here's the animation. This is going in real time, is it? It's not slowed down, not sped up. That's how it goes in real time.
He might have played with the timing a little bit to cut different angles. Yeah. So the different camera angles are slowing it down.
I have to say the Planetside One orbital strike looks a lot more interesting visually.
Yeah, so the other thing about orbital strikes were you didn't just go to the map and say, I want to drop an orbital strike here. You had to have a command tool, which is that equipment he pulled out. And
right there, right here?
Yeah, so that white thing that he pulled off of his belt. So the other thing is you had a backpack of inventory that you had to manage. And so you could only carry so many items. It wasn't like if my engineer has these 8 things, I have 8 different hotkeys that they'll switch to. It's depending on what size of armor I'm wearing, gives me a certain size of backpack. So if I wanted to carry a hacking tool to hack things, and a medical tool to heal things, and a repair tool to repair vehicles, and a command tool to be able to use OSs, that's 4 different items I have to fit inside my backpack. And in order to set off an OS, you actually had to, in the middle of battle, pull the tool out, click the button, and then it would bring up a display for you to pick where you wanted to put the OS, and you could get killed while you were dropping that. And if they killed you before the OS animation started, the OS doesn't go off. And so there was a whole strategy around, like, we talk about using OSs to kill all the attackers around a base. You would have to make it outside of the base that they're currently sieging in order to set the OS off. So there was a whole strategy around that.
2 questions. Run this shot right here. Whatever equipment you had to put in your loadout, we would all see it visually. It doesn't appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, so you had 2 pistol slots, and you could put pistols or tools in those. And then you had 1 medium slot, which would hold your medium assault rifles and stuff. And then if you were a Rexo, which is the Planetside 1 version of a heavy assault, that's a certain suit that you can wear that has twice as much armor, and it could carry 2 large weapons. So you could carry 2 heavy weapons, your Shrike missile launcher and your machine gun. But in Planetside 1, like, those were actual slots in your backpack that you fit things into. It wasn't like, like on a heavy assault today, I can have an LMG. I can have, if through ACP points inserted it, I can have a heavy weapon in my secondary slot, and I can carry a rocket launcher in my third slot. So I can carry an LMG, a jackhammer, and a decimator on my heavy, and I'm not worrying about backpack inventory. Planetside One, that took up backpack space. So you had to decide, well, do I want to carry some med kits to heal myself? Do I want to carry enough ammo to keep my guns going? Well, I'm carrying 3 different types of guns. That's 3 different types of ammo. And people ran out of ammo all the time. No, engineers didn't have ammo packs to drop on the ground where you just got your ammo back. You actually looted ammo off of the corpses of the enemies.
Can you also loot enemy weapons as well?
Yes, and there's a whole strategy around that. Because inside of each spawn room, there are lockers, and you could put stuff in the locker, and it would stay there between game sessions. So you would go around and kill enemies, loot their backpacks, and then run back to the spawn room and throw the enemy weapons into the spawn room. So the NC people, we could kill TR and get chain guns, and then we'd keep them in our lockers to use for another day.
This goes along with not just the robotics machines, but also for enemy vehicles. You can drive them also, or is there a limitation there?
If a cloaker hacks you out of your vehicle, that is so let's say I'm on the NC. If I hack an enemy mag rider, it forces the driver out of the mag rider. I can jump into the pilot seat and drive it away. It becomes a blue and gold mag rider.
I'm baffled to why that's not a thing in the sequel.
Me too. I think it's amazing. They should definitely have it.
Or maybe because there are some engine limitations to the sequel that they decided to cut that out.
Yeah, I don't know, but it was definitely a part of the game. I guess there's one more thing I would talk about for Planetside One that's changed. Each base had a generator. There was a whole economy around this. So, we have generators in Planetside 2, which will either bring down gate shields or bring down shields to get inside the interlink, stuff like that. In Planetside 1, every base had a generator that was usually in the basement. And in order for the shields on the base to work, in order for the gun turrets to work, in order for the spawn rooms to work, you had to have energy fuel for the generator, and those were nanites. And so in Planetside 1, you had a vehicle called the Ant, like we do in Planetside 2, but the Ant would go to warp gates and deploy, and it would siphon nanites out of the energy of the warp gate. And then you would have to deliver the Ant, drive it, or carry it with a Lodestar or a Galaxy, and drop it off to a base, and it would then deploy, and it would fill the NTU silo, the nanite silo, for that base. So if you were sieging a base for, let's say you're sieging a base for hours, like you just can't get inside the base to get the hack going, every time a base turret's destroyed, every time a door is hacked, equipment terminals are destroyed, all of that, the base would use some of its nanites to repair that stuff, automatically repair it. And the silo would run out of energy. If the silo goes to empty, the entire base shuts off and it goes neutral. And so now you don't have any spawn points, because then Planetside 1, you had your spawn room, spawn tubes, and that's where everyone spawned. And you could spawn camp. That was one of the strategies of taking a base, was pushing down the hallways to get to the spawn room, and then you could destroy the actual spawn tubes themselves. And if you destroy the spawn tubes, now they can't spawn there anymore. So Planetside 2, you can't even go to the spawn room. You just spawn camp them from the outside. Planetside 1, you could actually destroy their ability to respawn. And one of the ways of doing that was running the base out of energy.
Overall, Planetside 1 had a much more slower tactical gameplay feeling to it.
It was a much slower game, yes. Larger battles for the most part, and a slower gameplay. Yep.
If you had to, when Planetside 1 when it's in its prime, what you see here in the video, it was a big no-no if you were going on foot like this. Was it?
No, we had big Zerg battles where people were running across the battlefield. But, the tanks were deadlier, I think, if you can believe that. So being infantry was difficult to be out in the open. The other thing, this is another big point to talk about. Planetside 2, you've got headshots, right? And the guns are accurate. If I click on the gun, the first bullet at least is going to go roughly where I aim it. In Planetside 1, it had like they still have this in Planetside 2. What's called the cone of fire, where there's a circle, and the more you hold the trigger, the bigger the bigger the circle gets, and the bullets land somewhere within that circle. Planetside One's entire gameplay was based off of the cone of fire, and so you're like there. You didn't get extra damage for doing headshots. You couldn't one shot somebody with a sniper on the head, and you couldn't, if you landed all of your shots on the head, it didn't instantly kill the person. And people had more armor; they were a little harder to kill, and the weapons were less accurate on purpose. Every weapon had a cone of fire that bloomed pretty big fairly quickly because they wanted to encourage squad play where there were overlapping fields of fire. So how you took down infantry players faster was to have more people shooting. And of course, once you got into the heavy weapons and head-to-head, like going head-to-head in a hallway or something, you definitely had the players who knew how to jig and duck down and get their shots. But it was a lot less about that twitch and fire skill and more about how are you placed in relation to the rest of your squad.
And I'm just going over to the footage just to imagine what the gunplay was like. Whether you are on aircraft, armor, or an infantry, it definitely had a different look to it because of what the computers were capable of back in the day. And it's very interesting to see how some things are have been incorporated into the sequel. For example, the trail of these air vehicles flying around and all these shots landing when you're shooting at the robotics on the ground. It's very interesting to see how much some things did get carried over to Planetside 2, but not entirely. And the other thing I want to talk about is the galaxies. Tell me, Jishep. I think some people here are very curious to how we can load up vehicles in the galaxies. Can you be in the galaxy and stay at the back of the galaxy? And how does that work?
So how that worked is you had two air vehicles that could carry other vehicles. You had the Galaxy and the Lodestar, and how those worked was if the vehicle was on the ground and you drove up behind it, you would see a circle on the ground, a yellow circle with an icon in it, and you would hit your interact key, and it would open a bay door, and then it would open the bay door, and then you would drive your vehicle into the bay. So that's a good photo of that. So you hit the interact key, and it would open up the bay, and then you would drive your vehicle inside the galaxy. And the galaxies could carry ants and, I want to say ants, lightnings, and harassers. Well, and by harasser, I mainly mean the Skyguard, because the Skyguard was a harasser mod at the time. And then the Lodestar, which you can see on your screen there, Galaxy transport other vehicles. Next one over to the left.
This one right here? This one?
Let's see. We're on a delay, so.
This one? Are you talking about this picture?
Two to the right of that, the big boxy looking thing next to the BFR on the right.
This one? The Galaxy transport other vehicles?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a Lodestar, and it could carry Sunderers and main battle tanks, and even BFRs. And so you could, like, one of the strategies you could do with a Sunderer is the Sunderer had an EMP field on it that would blow up all mines and disrupt turrets and stuff. And so we would put a Sunderer with 12 people inside the Sunderer, load it into a Lodestar, and fly it over above a base and drop it from the air inside the walls. And it would, right before it landed, you would set off the EMP blast, and it would destroy all of their C4 and all of their mines and disable all their auto turrets and stuff. And then the infantry would jump out. And that was one of the ways of getting over the wall and trying to take control of the courtyard.
You can see the pilot in these Planetside One vehicles. Just like the one on the ground, you cannot kill the pilot of the vehicle. You can't do that. Can you?
No, yeah. There's no killing pilots and vehicles in Planetside One. Oh. They're all considered in the cockpit and protected.
Oh, that would be so cool to see broken glass, but I don't think the game would have handled at the time.
Right. But you can hack them.
Is it possible to hack flying vehicles while they're flying midair?
No, I've never seen it.
Never?
Yeah, never saw that happen because it takes a while to hack. It's not an instantaneous thing.
the flying speed of the Lodestar and the Galaxies, were they similar, or was there a considerable difference on those?
Both vehicles were very slow moving air vehicles, but they were a lot tougher. It was hard to shoot those vehicles down. Everything took longer to kill. So a Lodestar doesn't have guns on it, so it was very vulnerable. I'm not even sure the Galaxy. I don't remember. I don't think the Galaxy had guns on it either. Does it show guns on that at all?
Let me see.
No, I think you actually, yeah, you actually had to have an air escort to keep your Galaxies from getting shot down.
Oh,
They were really hard to kill, but they were just transports. That's the other thing, is the Planetside One was definitely, rather than here are your 6 classes and so we need a medic, somebody switched to medic. You had people who specialized in very specific style of gameplay. So we had people who the reason they played Planetside was they were engineers. Their job was to keep all the armor repaired, all of the vehicles flying, and that's what they did, because you had to specialize your character into something. You had dedicated medics. It wasn't that they just always chose to play medic. It's like they actually built their character to be medic, because there were advanced levels of medic that did better things. So
I'm just loading up the final moments of Planetside One here, and
sure, yeah. I think we should probably close up the Planetside One chapter with this. I do need to be moving on to my other appointment. So
this is what the asteroids look like when they came down.
So this is the actual end of Planetside One. Every single continent had a meteor storm that dropped on everyone's head. So those are just players watching the servers end, and they destroyed Araxis, and the servers went offline.
I'm not seeing any damage to the players. I think that screen is just shaking really hard.
No, it's just shaking. Yeah, I don't think they actually killed players. I don't remember, but it was a cinematographic thing. You know, they were doing it to give us a big show.
Space Marines.
Harlow, I was there. Gandalf, I was there 6,000 years ago when the servers went poof.
Here's a good shot of the lattice lines. Here's a good shot.
Yeah.
Which continent was this? This is Ishundar, was it?
I guess it could kill you. Yeah, that's Ishundar. That's the other thing, is like in Planetside 1 we had 10 continents, and it was a different playstyle every continent. And we've been, 10 years later, I'm happy that we have the continents we have, but man, when Planetside 2 launched, we had 2 continents for quite a while. Hassan came after some time, but I'm happy that we're getting more continents. But I do miss the fact that it was a massive. Yeah, there you go.
This great shot right here. This great shot right here of all the people gathering up one last time.
Yeah.
These are all 3 factions coming together, not shooting at each other. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah.
An orbital strike coming down, because why not?
Oh, that was another thing. We called those OS parties. And so the thing about it was you had to get command rank 5 in order to use an OS. And I talked about that earlier. It took a really long time to get command rank 5 because you had to lead platoons to do it. And it took you got experience every time you led a platoon. It took a long time to get command rank 5. And you could only drop an OS once every 3 hours. Once you launched it, you had to wait 3 hours. So it was a big deal when you got your OS. And so typically your entire outfit or even your empire would get together and all stand in one spot, and your first OS would be to team kill everybody in celebration of having made that final milestone.
And thank you so much for that. Actually, no. Round of applause to Bishop here. You basically talked about Planetside One for a good 40 to 50 minutes. And I almost did not interrupt you because I figured that you would have the most information about Planetside One out of all of us. And Sherman here, one of my moderators, just timed that applause just at the right time.
Nice. Well, I really appreciate you letting me talk about it.
Yeah. Before we finish up Planetside One here, if anybody has some comments, now is your time to come to the speaker podium right here on the Discord server. So the ability to speak is turned on. So like I said before, go to your hand icon and just request to speak, and I'll bring you over. That was a very interesting. That was a very interesting conversation. Let's have somebody from a Planetside 2 community come and talk over here for us. Is this Sarlo or a Mike Cat want to come and speak to us about this? Does anybody? Okay. Wait. Actually, you know what? If there's somebody in Discord that wants to join us, how about some questions from the audience before we move on to part two, which is Planetside 2? Anybody here have any questions for Planetside 1?
Hey, Ian, I'll pull the people out of the audience for you.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, well?
Thanks. Anybody here have any questions for Bishop, or you have any thoughts about Planetside 1? I know not many people here are. I think the majority of the players that are watching right now are obviously Planetside 2 players. But as Bishop told me in the DMs, it was appropriate to bring up Planetside 1 because that's where it all started. I think the biggest. So Bishop, Bishop, I guess you have to go very soon, correct?
Yeah. I had another engagement tonight that I
before you go, Bishop, I just want to appreciate you taking your time just to talk to me about Planetside 1. And honestly, I think you rounded up pretty perfectly. If there's one way to round things up, here's a good cool bit, Bishop. Let's finish off the Planetside 1 bit here with a couple of things we need to talk about. Don't worry, this is not going to go on very long. So let's talk about the pros and the cons of Planetside 1. And lastly, your most memorable moments of Planetside 1. This is going to be very interesting. So, Bishop, let's start off with the pros of Planetside 1. What do you think of the pros of Planetside 1 was, in your opinion?
I think Planetside 1, I think the pros were there was a lot more deliberate strategy. You went to a continent and you were like, you'd have 2 or 3 bases maybe you could fight at, and you would be gridlocked at a base. And in order to get any further on the continent, you've got to push one of those 3 bases. And it wasn't just whoever has the most people wins. Like, there were very specific objectives you had to get in a base in order to actually capture it. But there were some other tactics that I mentioned about the generators and the nanite silos, and you could run a base out of power. The other thing that you could do was, in order for you to spawn main battle tanks, you had to have control of a tech plant, like we do now, sort of. But having a tech plant, that was the only way to get a main battle tank. You couldn't just go back to Warp Gate and roll a battle tank in from the Warp Gate. You would have to go all the way back to Sanctuary, and if you were fighting on a secondary continent, you would have to drive it from Sanctuary to your home continent, across the entire home continent, onto the continent you were fighting at, and then drive it to the base that you were actually fighting at. So controlling a tech plant was a really big deal. And when you tie in controlling a tech plant with this generator and having the nanites to power the base, it becomes an important thing, because you could destroy the generator, and while the generator's destroyed, the tech plant's not operational, and if it's the only tech plant your enemy controls, they can't spawn basically the Reavers, Mosquitoes, and Scythes. They can't spawn Liberators. They can't spawn main battle tanks. And so that led to a strategy called gem holds. You would take a special ops team, like a single squad, and they would find a way to go behind enemy lines and go into the back door of a tech plant, destroy its generator, and then hold the room for as long as they could. And the entire time they're holding that room, the generator can't be repaired, so no one on the enemy force on the entire continent are allowed to spawn Liberators, Mosquitoes, main battle tanks. So it was a really big deal to hold generators. And I would say one of my favorite moments in Planetside 1 was in my first outfit before the Blue Lions, I was the leader of a D2A, Death to All, and we had a spec ops unit, and we took 12 people, and we took down the generator for a tech plant against the TR in this major 500 player battle going on around the surrounding bases, and we held the generator for 4 hours against 100 people with a 10-person squad. and because you had a single door into the room, and there were some strategies to get rearmed and get people back in there and stuff. But the gen holds were incredible. And I think I would say the alliances of outfits was my other favorite part of Planetside One. Just having 10 large outfits all on the same voice server with a set command structure, and just the fact that Planetside One was a slower paced game, so having that level of organization, and we're going to send these tanks here, and we're going to send these people with galaxies to this base, and that taking time to set up and execute correctly, there was just a lot of joy in doing that well. Now, cons for Planetside One, it was a subscription only game. You paid $15 a month or you didn't play it. Some other cons would be, like we have population locks right now where you have to sit in queue. In Planetside One, the same kind of system worked, except you had a sanctuary that linked to 2 continents, and if you didn't fully control those continents, that's the only 2 places you could fight at. And if those both had 500 players on them, you were waiting to play the game. And that does happen in Planetside 2, but not to quite the same level. Usually there's a continent open. Maybe the fights aren't the best because it's a lower population fight, but you could definitely have a situation where there was nothing going on except for the one continent you're on. That doesn't mean you couldn't go to other continents and do things. It just meant that that's the only place there was a fight, period. And it's because the base fights were so deliberate. It's like, this is the base we are fighting at. And if you can't get into that area, then there wasn't a fight. So, I think the other thing is that it was a lot less about skilled gunplay and a lot more about operating in a squad or a platoon. Whereas Planetside 2, you can really, there's a lot of skill in how good you are with your gunplay and your movement and placement and accuracy. So...
Scooby made a good point in chat that you could jump a base, drain it, restore the NTU. I don't know what the NTU means, but that's what he says in chat, and you can also hack it. That's very interesting.
Yeah, that was another strategy that was really great, is you could go to an enemy base behind lines that you didn't have a link to, and if you got it to drain all of its resources, it would lose power and go neutral. And then you could bring in an ant with more nanites and refuel it, and once it was turned back on, you could hack it. And that was a way to skip the lattice section. So instead of we have to fight at this base because this is what we are linked to, you could send a special team in to the background, and no one knew you were there if you were careful about it until the base went neutral, because you didn't have alerts telling you how many people are in each zone. It was, you had to have somebody who was watching the map to look at the fuel level, the NTU level, on the map for that base and go, wait, that's not supposed to be at 20%. That was just refilled an hour ago. And I go, there's got to be a base drain happening. And there were no alerts to let you know that it was happening. So that was pretty cool. There was a lot of sneaky stuff going on.
2 things before we wrap up Planetside 1. On this video right now, these are what the spawn rooms look like in Planetside 1. The ones we have Planetside 2 right now, right?
Yep. And you actually did damage to those spawn tubes. So if the enemy flooded in there, they could destroy all 3 of those, and now you don't have a spawn.
Really, that's interesting. Because because in the sequel, as you all know, you have to destroy the SCU unit, but here you actually have to actually destroy the spawn tubes. That's interesting.
Yeah. So the NTU or the SCU is kind of Planetside 2's version of destroying the spawn tubes and or destroying the generator. It kind of does both. But yeah, there's a whole strategy. Like my brother would hide in the basement of a base with an engineer tool, with a repair tool, and wait and like just try not to be found, and wait till we got the spawn rooms down, and they would go outside to go look for people to kill, and then he would sneak back into the spawn room and repair the spawn tubes, and then suddenly everyone's respawning in the middle of the base again. So that was kind of cool, because you could do stuff like that, where it's just like, I'm going to hide out here in this room that nobody even remembers exists down here in the basement, and come back here in a few minutes and restore spawns.
And I think what the last question I have for Planetside 1 is the continent. You said there's 10 different continents. Let's talk about that. So there were 10 different continents, and how many players how many players could be in each continent? How many players can be from all three sides? Is it similar to Planetside 2, or was the system very different?
Yeah, it was. There were 10 continents, and all 10 continents were open at all times. It's just in order to fight on them, you had to have a friendly linked continent to that continent to start a fight there. Now, maximum players was 133 per empire. It was basically 500 players total per continent. So at its peak, when Planetside 1 launched, you had fights going on everywhere at all times. And then as time went down, you had a lot of empty continents. But there's so much more I haven't gone into that I'm not going to today because there's just no time. But there was a lot of other things you could do. You could go to an empty continent and steal mods and stuff from their interlink facility, and if you were able to steal them and bring them back to your friendly continent and put them in your interlink facility, you got extra abilities, faster respawn times, auto healing and stuff. And so there was stuff you could do on a continent where there wasn't active fighting, because you would have teams that would go do stuff like that, but then you would also have people that are flying around in an ESF looking for people who are doing that to keep them from doing that. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, Scooby saying they were called core modules. you had to go. The other thing is there were 10 continents, but there were also, was it 4 different caves? It was either 2 or 4 different caves. There were asteroids with caves in them, and those were the caverns, and those were other places you could fight as well. And in the core of those cavern systems, you would get these modules that would or basically the modules that you use outfit points to install at a base now to give them faster respawn, or basically if you're at a friendly base and the module's installed, you heal. Those were modules that you had to get from going into the caverns, and they were a big deal. And you could basically go to an enemy continent that's completely enemy controlled, destroy their generator, and when the generator goes down, now the modules are exposed, and you can go steal a module and run it across the map. And it was hard to do because you had to run it across the map and get it to a friendly continent where you could install it, and the icon of the module shows on the map as it's moving, so people can hunt you. So it was like a game within a game. Even on a continent where there wasn't fighting, there was espionage you could be doing.
Speaking of espionage, Bishop, I think we can round Planetside 1 with this image here. What is going on here in Planetside 1 that we do never see in Planetside 2? What's going on in this shot right here? What's going on here? The empires are doing some science experiments like in Doom?
Yeah, that looks like maybe some unfortunate souls who are needing some extra help being reconstructed.
Why does Planetside 2 not have this? What's going on here?
I'll end on that, because is this from the last BFR? Yeah.
Yes.
So one of the plot lines of the last BFR is that since we're immortal, like basically you can always respawn, and they explain that with nanite technology. One of their ways of getting information out of an enemy, especially a friendly that they're interrogating, was to stand in front of the spawn tube, and they would respawn and they would kill him, and then they'd respawn and they'd kill him. So they have to relive dying over and over and over again as a form of torture.
So this was in the game and no one complained.
Right. And one of the greatest honors would be for them to cancel your respawn timer or respawn count, so that you could finally go ahead and die. Because in the original lore, it's like we don't know exactly how many hundreds of years ago the three-way civil war started. We're just lost in this eternal civil war that never ends because no one ever dies, and each faction's trying to find out the secret to permanently kill the enemy so that the war can end. And that's kind of the backdrop of Planetside 1 is you're in hell. Like, it's a war that does not end because no one dies.
You know what? I think this shot right here perfectly summarizes Planetside 1 in a way. And I want to see an artist. I want to see an artist from the Planetside community recreate this in Planetside 2's graphics. I'm surprised this is not in Planetside 2 at all. You go into a random base and you see this monstrosity. Why is this not a thing in Planetside 2 yet? It's creepy, but it's creepy, but it also reminds us it's a war. And it has this tube-like effects on it. Yeah, that's a good point. Why you could add this in
Maybe, I think
biolabs?
you're right on that. It was in the biolabs. The biolabs. Oh, that's the other thing. Biolabs on Planetside One weren't. They weren't gardens where they were growing everyone's food. They were basically research centers.
See, why couldn't you Planetside 2 have this little detail right here? What if there was maybe one VS player, NC player, TR player in these tubes when they were experimented on? I mean, it doesn't add too much, but even just a little bit of detail like Planetside 1 had, that would make it interesting lore or meta.
Yeah, so I'll leave on this thought, which is, I've talked about Planetside 1 for an hour now. I love Planetside 2. There's been lots of changes in Planetside 2 over the past 10 years, some good, some bad. And there are obviously some things about Planetside 1 that I miss, that I think that they could implement into Planetside 2, if it's done correctly. I do miss some of the more deliberate strategy that you could do, and there was more deliberate espionage available, but overall, Planetside 2 is an absolute blast to play. So,
honestly, Bishop, that was a very good hour of you talking, honestly, and I wish there were more people that could talk about Planetside 1. Like that person you talked to me about. What was that person's name again? I want to give a shout out to him again.
oh, that's my outfit leader, Das Ulta Soldat. He's I'll give a shout out to my outfit real quick.
Yeah, no worries. Write it down on the chat, please.
I've been in the Blue Lions since 2007. I've been friends with them since 2005 when I led D2A. Das is his name translates from German to the old soldier. He's a tough old man, and probably he might be watching this now, but he's probably the oldest Planetside player that we have right now. I won't give out his full age, but he's been in retirement for quite a while. But he's the heart and soul of our outfit. I really want to bring him on because he's got just as many stories or different
Bishop, you got a moment,
so.
Bishop. Just give a quick shout out in chat because it's going to appear on the chat right below. So this will go on the record. I wish this person of yours would have come on, but it looks like Discord is having some issues. That would have been so good. That would have been so great. And he said he was 80. He's 80 years old. That's absolute dedication.
Around there, maybe 79.
That's absolute dedication
forgive me,
right
Das,
there.
for forgetting how old you are.
Shout out to you, Das out this sold that. Thank you for continuing to run in the Planetside community, even if you couldn't appear on the show today.
Yeah, I'm the youngest senior officer in the group. We have a council of generals of 6 people, and I'm 42, and I'm the youngest.
So Bishop, would it be fair to say that Das out the sold that is your grandfather?
He is my adopted online father.
wait, adopted
Absolutely.
Online grandfather.
I call him Pops sometimes, sure. Usually he's just boss.
It's really interesting to hear the community still stay strong in this game. Honestly, Planetside as overall, it's not as popular as the other franchises, but I'm glad that there's certain number of just enough players to keep the Planetside franchise going. It may not be as large back in the prime of Planetside 1, but I'm so glad to see this franchise still going and because of the support you guys are giving to this franchise. We're going to get to the Planetside 2 base shortly, but it honestly was interesting to hear the ups and downs of Planetside 1, even if it was just a quick summary. A very loyal community, to say the least. That's a good point that Tucano just said.
Yeah, I look forward to reviewing the rest of the podcast or stream when I get it. Back tonight. And seeing what some of the other guys you've got here tonight have lined up for the Planetside 2 talk. Really appreciate that.
Like I said, I appreciate you coming in, Bishop. Otherwise, it would have been me awkwardly talking about Planetside and not knowing much about it. Like I said earlier, I tried to give a shout out to this whole thing about a week ahead of time, but not many people came forward, and I'm glad you came in at the last minute just to talk about this, and I am very happy that you came on. What I'm gonna do before I end this bit here, Bishop, is I'm gonna do some cuts with your talking bits into video at some point, because this is a lot of stuff to take in, and I'm glad you decided to share it with me. And I think I did the audience a favor by not interrupting you too many times, because sometimes the best information comes when you don't interrupt the guest. It's in this case, you are the MVP, Bishop. I want to say thank you, GG, to Bishop for talking to us about Planetside One. I can't overstate this enough. So let's do a sound right now. A round of applause for Bishop for coming in today. Round of applause for Bishop.
All right, thank you, everybody. Have a good rest of your stream.
Thank you so much, Bishop. And I don't know if you've ever seen my previous podcast, Bishop, but I honestly feel a lot more confident this time around compared to what I did in previously. Thank you so much for coming, Bishop.
We got some great production here. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna let Bishop go first. So, Bishop, thank you so much for coming in today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Take care, Bishop.
Coming, Bishop.
Thank you. And now it's time for the big event, Planetside 2.
I wanted Bishop in here, goddammit.
I figured you'd want him in here.
Unfortunately,
I was going to comment about the lore thing you mentioned. It has been shown in the campaigns.
I think Bishop is still in chat, so you have a chance to say something. I think Bishop is watching in chat, and it was very nice for Bishop to come here. It was an honor, honestly. It really was.
So the thing about he mentioned about torturing the soldiers and whatnot, it was, I remember on the Osher campaign, the most, I believe chapter 2, where you go directly into the tower, you find a dying soldier, right? And you take the codex from him, and the soldier actually dies because his nanite stopped working, which is what he mentioned about them trying to end the war about shutting down the nanites. And you hand over that technology over to your leader. So to keep that in mind, we might get more of those in the future. Then there's also the part with the captive soldiers going into some really traumatic stuff. It was also explored with the traitor, because not only was he overawed and persecuted for some years, which is, if you remember at the start of the campaign, it's the guy you have to track down. Afterwards, you capture where he would respawn, and you force him into the body of an NSO.
That doesn't sound nearly as creepy as seeing those twos from Planetside One.
Oh, yeah, and then after that, you get him killed again, and then you hand them over where he will respawn over to the nanite system for them to keep torturing him. So, closest thing we got.
Oh, now it's time to talk about Planetside 2.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
we did in
sorry.
Planetside 1, we're going to start in chronological order. Like in Planetside 1, we're going to talk about the first release. And I don't know how many people we have in chat or on our VC that can talk about the origins of Planetside 2. But here we go.
We're gonna hand
Sarlo,
over
Mike,
to
and
the others,
Orbi.
and I believe Mike and the others are a lot more
Yes.
knowledge on the start. I'll come
No
back to the
problem.
middle part, I guess.
So Mike, Sarlo, and Orbi, if you guys want to come in and talk to us about Planetside 2 and its beginnings, this is your chance. Just click on the hand icon and just request to speak. This is going to be very interesting. Okay, here we go. Invite to speak. Welcome to the show, Orbi. Good to have you with us today. How are you doing?
Hello there. Doing good. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you fine, Orbi. Planetside 2. Most of the fan base we have is Planetside 2, and I'm just pulling up some of the photos of Planetside 2 back in its heyday. There's some alpha gameplay, and even just this one screenshot, it's fair to say that the graphics for Planetside 2 definitely was much different in the original release.
Oh yeah, definitely. The game, like Bishop said in the beginning, the game was completely different when it first came out. It was gorgeous. I remember seeing the first images of the gameplay, and it was ahead of its time by at least 5 years when it came out. I feel like that was one of the biggest mistakes of the game when it came out, because nobody could run it.
There is, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Angry Joe, but he played the game back in its original release in
Oh,
2012, and it's very interesting to see how different the game was back then. I'm gonna quickly pull it up for you guys as reference. But he basically talked about what the game was like back in its heyday. So let's get to the footage in a bit here. But Orby, when did you first start playing Planetside 2 from your experience? And Sarlo, so Sarlo and Mike, you guys are welcome to chime in here. I'm willing to hear your stories and how you started playing this game. So Orby, you got the floor.
I mean, at this point, I guess we can all just talk like at the same time here and sort of share how we started. I started playing. I missed Planetside One, but I started playing Planetside 2 in the beta. Actually, I heard about the game, watched the trailers, and I was like following the hype train when it first started being announced. And I actually asked the devs for a beta key on Twitter. I created my Twitter account to ask them a beta key, and I still have the message on my Twitter from like the community manager at the time. I think it was Margaret Crum, and she sent me a beta key at the time to play the game, and I downloaded it on my mom's laptop. And I kept getting a G5 error, and I didn't know what to do, and the game would not run on the laptop because it was a very bad laptop. And I bought my first computer to play Planetside 2 on the beta. So for me, it was really like one of the first multiplayer social experiences that I had was to come around and play Planetside 2. It was a pretty big deal for me at the time. And I mean, talking about it today, it sounds crazy to me. It's been 10 years already. It's insane.
You know what's interesting to point out, Orby? We'll get Sarlo and Mike here in a moment, but I'm going back to Angry Joe's video just to give you guys a few examples to how different the game was. I did not play this game back in its original release, but if you're watching my screen right now, one thing I can tell you is that the UI was more or less different back in the day. So the placement of the bases on the left side of the screen were a little different, but one of the biggest things that stand out that I can show you right now is the login screen was completely different. The description, everything was completely different. And another interesting thing I want to show you that I noticed is, does anybody here remember Station Cache? This was the microtransactions that this game had back in release.
Oh yeah, it was like the Sony cache. And then it changed when it changed to Daybreak. It was like their premium coin, and when Daybreak bought it, they just switched it over to Daybreak cache.
And the maps were very different, as you can see in this little still shot right here. I can only imagine how the Battle for Territory existed back then. And everything looks...
The one that I remember the most about that I kind of got shocked when I re-logged in and I saw they changed was the old Quartz Ridge. I remember old Quartz Ridge was like an open base, didn't have like the walls and that sort of stuff, so armor could park all around it and shell the base from the side mountains. And then they changed Quartz Ridge to be like this sort of fortress base because of the amount of complaints they got of people just shooting hash inside the capture points. It was very, very different at the time.
And let's bring out the other people on the show here. Thank you so much for being patient. Let's start off introducing Mike Z onto the show. So you are a fellow SKL member you're a fellow VS member for the outfit SKL. Sorry, I'm a little nervous right now. How are you doing today, Mike?
Fantastic. Hopefully you can hear me all right.
Oh, you're fine. You know what? Let's tune up Mike Z to a 200% so that you can hear his voice nice and clear. So, Mike Z, let's start off at the beginning with you. When did you first start playing this game, and what were your memories?
So I soloed the game for quite some time. I was bored of Battlefield and looking to get into something different. 2142 had shut down at some point. One of my favorite games of all time, where I started PC gaming. And Planetside 2 kind of appealed because it had similar settings, you know, futuristic sci-fi type setting. Anyway, floated around, played off and on for, I'd say, a solid 6 years, and bounced between a few games, but always would stay kind of like in, and didn't really touch outfits until I would say about 2-3 years ago. And it's funny you mentioned PS. There's a couple people in here and a couple people possibly in the chat that would say otherwise of where I've come from. I've been on all three at some point, but definitely solid VS player right now.
While you're talking, I'm just playing some random videos that Sarlo sent me on what the game looked like back in 2014. I don't think there's a lot of 2012 footage going around. That's why I pulled up Angry Joe's review, because that goes all the way back to 2012. And the UI, like I said earlier, most of the game looks more or less the same. The graphics were definitely different back then, but everything looks more or less the same. The placement where the certs and exp were definitely very different. But other than that, there's nothing much else I can add unless you guys have something else to add onto it. And
yeah, some of my favorite videos whenever I want to, take the trip down memory lane were the videos from Total Biscuit. I remember when the game first came out, Total Biscuit was all over it. He even casted one of the big events at the time, and he had the critics videos talking about Planetside 2, and he played it a lot. And I always go over to his videos whenever I want to see, remember how the game looked like at the time. And yeah, it looked pretty different, but it's one of those things where, like I said, the game when it came out was way, way ahead of its time, and it was unsustainable. People were going away because they couldn't keep up with the graphics. And it's sad looking back now that they had to downgrade everything, but it was necessary to keep up the performance, because I remember jumping into fights and my computer just kind of shutting down because it couldn't keep up.
what another thing I just noticed now is how different the loading screens were. Honestly, this looks much more interesting than one we have right now. Or maybe I don't know too much about this game's history. What a big difference.
I feel like I'm not sure exactly when, but I think it's around when Hossin came out, they switched many of the loading screens backgrounds to what we have now, and they never put the old ones back in. And I also miss, some of those old screenshots, like that one of the Azamir Bridge that we have there on the loading screen. They never came back, so.
2014 on a biolab. Everything looked different. There's a lot more colors.
Biolabs were amazing. Biolabs were one of the best looking bases in the game, and that's one of the things, right? The shields on the sides, like whenever it came out, like Bishop said, it was all ray tracing. It had like a bunch of lighting effects and particles, and the physics were all different as well. So big fights on Biolabs, you could get like 10 frames or something like that if your PC was not like a big machine, And at the time, we still didn't have such a widespread gaming community. People still were running stuff on, on their mom's computers or stuff like that. So it wasn't everyone that could have a rig to run Planetside 2, so.
Look at the detail of this one player in particular. I don't know what graphics settings Sarlo got it set, but you can see so much more detail here, and I can understand why they had to downgrade the graphics a bit. I can see a lot of detail on the uniform that this player has. And I think Sarlo is gonna step. Speaking of Sarlo, I'm gonna have Sarlo step up here next. So Sarlo, I appreciate being patient. Let's welcome Sarlo onto the show. How are you doing today?
It's a wonderful show. I'm all ears. Listening about Planetside One was really fascinating. I never got the chance to play it, and now we're kind of bridging the transition to Planetside 2. And
yes,
When you put things in context from Planetside One, a lot of the things which we experienced make a lot more sense now. Yes.
And I am again. I'm repeating myself too much at this point, but I have to say once again, I'm glad Bishop was able to summarize the Planetside One experience as best as he could with the time that he had. I just want to say thank you once again for Bishop for doing that, and I made the right decision to not interrupt too much because I think we got a lot of insightful information because of that. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
But
That's
I will say this regarding the graphics of Planetside.
let's get to that. Let's get to that. We'll get to that, Sarlo. But I want to know more about when did you first start playing this game? What are your memories when you first started out?
It was one day after release in 2012. I dropped down with a drop pod in the middle of an amp station because that's how you did it back in the day, and got ran over by a tank. You know, games have tutorials, but back in the olden days, I didn't need a tutorial to learn that my bullets and grenades can't harm tanks. Because the tank ran me over. That's how we learned back in the day. Kids, they just do not understand. Yes. I remember showing the game to my friends. They told me there is no way this is staying free. Such a incredible experience. Lo and behold, here we are. It was very interesting because of all the media and all the hype around it. There was really nothing like it. And to be frank, there really is nothing like it.
Yep.
I think I got a great shot of the biolabs right here. Look how much glass there is on the biolab right there. Look how much glass there is. Are you seeing what I'm seeing right now?
I believe.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like a shield dome or something like that, and it had like the sort of the same effects that the warp gates had, and you could see through, like you could see things flying outside and blowing up through the shields. I think that was part of like why it was so hard to maintain, because the aircraft flying around could see everyone inside, and they could see them outside as well. It was just a massive just processing stress there.
Actually, Orbi, I think it's even bigger because if you recall, some of the larger biolabs actually had buildings directly below them and objectives for players to
Oh yeah.
So you not only had to combine the biolab itself and all the air around it and all the infantry around it, but everything happening underneath. And you can see a move away from this methodology with containment sites. I know I'm skipping a little bit, but containment sites are pretty much rendered separately. So that's proof of the immense pressure the game was under.
Yep.
Another thing I want to bring up is when you got killed, you don't know where the player was that killed you. I'm just a bit. I have mixed feelings to why that was changed. As you can see in this video right here, when you get killed. Some people like it, some don't, but that's another difference I just wanted to point out.
That still happens, Enio, don't worry.
The video in question, I believe, has the newer death screen, not the older one. But definitely, yes, I think it's a positive change because it helps to reduce frustration and educate. But then again, when you think how impatient people are respawning, you just smash left button to respawn. It's not like you get a chance to see anyway.
Here's another little detail. What are these things called again? Does this still exist in the game, or this was a product of its time? Does anybody know what this is?
That's a particle from the shield regen for the medic. It just doesn't have the bubble anymore.
Oh, that. Let me guess. They had to take this away because of performance issues.
Yeah. Yep. Improving performance. The thing with Planetside was the way it felt, at least for me at the time, like the game built up this incredible hype. Like the game had this amazing idea and there was nothing like it, and everybody was looking at Planetside. But then the game was just not performing well. People would drop by, and whenever they wanted to be in a big fight, they just couldn't. Like it was unplayable for a lot of people. So after the launch, I feel like the dev team spent like a good few years on just trying to put the game in a playable state. Because it launched way ahead of its time. The hardware at the time just could not keep up with it.
Now, interesting how
So
you mentioned hardware, because Sarlo's footage he provided me in this one battle here, average FPS was around 20 in 2014.
yeah,
An old GT 430, I believe.
god damn.
FPS 25. FPS at 25. Oof.
Well,
Yeah, I mean-
recall, Orbit, that soon after it came out, they dedicated an entire update cycle to something called OMFG, Operation Make Faster Game, and it became a public priority for them.
Yep. Yeah. They were really like putting all their people on that at the time. I feel like, and it's hard to say if it paid up in the long run because the hardware did catch up in a few years later, but and that's kind of why now people ask for stuff to come back, and we also have some things that have made their way back to the game, like some of the old shields are coming back to the game that look much better, and they're putting in a few better looking stuff back into the game, but at the time it was just unsustainable.
And I just pulled up a footage what the biolabs look like back in 2014.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, bro.
There are a lot more.
Observing
What?
the footage Enio pulled up, the footage also raises another very important characteristic. I want you to notice that all the other characters in the sunlight are not exactly visible. Neither is the game fast moving, it's not fast paced. With these additional graphics effect and the lower FPS, the game and gameplay moved at a much slower pace. And with time, as performance got better, as the players became more adept, as some groups found less enjoyment in the old casual play style, the game sped up. So Planetside, by its nature, is somewhat different today than it was back in the day, partially thanks to the different mentality that a clearer, faster-moving picture provides to the players. Think, for example, a comparison between, say, Counter-Strike and something like... Oh, what's a slow FPS? Crysis, for example. Crysis 3, very slow, high on graphics, even though you could run through it, you don't. CSGO, it's all about movement and speed and accuracy, and this change affected Planetside just as well.
And another person that commented on chat made up a very good point. There's that old meme. Hold on a second. Nope. Whoops. There's that old meme. Can you run Crysis? I'm surprised nobody mentioned Planetside too much. This game really did not get that much marketing. Did Planetside 1 get even that much marketing, or was it more or less the same as the sequel? That's another very good question. Because
I don't know about Planetside 1, but I know that Planetside 2 got a lot of marketing. Like, this game had a lot of people looking at it whenever it first came out. And I feel like that's the reason why, to this day, the community that's stuck around, we still believe this game can succeed somehow. I feel like every one of us has this feeling that we just need this one breakthrough and the game's going to become mainstream again, and we're going to have a rise of people playing it, even though it's most likely a stupid dream. It's never going to happen, because whenever it first came out, there was an insane amount of people looking at this. I remember it being everywhere. All the big content creators at the time were talking about it, and people were playing it. It was on MLG, and there was talk about competitive play. But yeah, it just sort of died out due to a bunch of problems, both in development and Total Biscuit talks a lot about this on his critics about the game, that like a lot of the stuff that came out was unfinished, and it's mostly due to the game just having bad performance. Which is completely understandable, right? That it's still something so unique on a technological level that I simply don't understand how this game still runs. You know, you have like 1,000 players in the same battlefield all fighting at once, and there's no loading screens between, you know, one battle and the other. There's no matchmaking. Technologically speaking, it's still insane that they managed to do this 10 years ago, and so far nobody, you know, did anything similar. So
I'm gonna say this right now. I don't know a lot of the game's history. I joined in around 2019, and I can't say too much about the previous history back in 2014, 2015. But would it be fair to say that this game engine is more or less being held by duct tape at this point, because it seems very difficult to optimize?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The engine for Planetside is Forge Light, I think, and it's an in-house engine from Sony Online. Like they developed the engine in-house. So the people that kind of made the engine were lost with the time, right? Especially during the H1Z1 period, where Daybreak, you know, they bought Sony Online, and then most of the people that knew how to work the engine were moved to other projects. Then after that, likely terminated, and they were not in the team anymore. So the people that know how to work the engine are not around, and they're probably, you know, never coming back. So I feel like inside the dev team they probably have this sort of stuff where they're trying to piece it together with the knowledge that they have left, but nobody really knows what's in there. You know, it's sort of like this black box where they touch something and they try to change something here and there, but nobody really knows what, you know, what's really in the engine, because most of the people that made it are not around anymore, and it's a very niche engine. Like there's not a lot of people that know about it, that know how it works. It's not something like you know, the Unreal engines, or you know, these things that we have nowadays that are very open, and everybody pretty much knows how to work those things. And so that's where the spaghetti code sort of comes from.
I don't know. Another thing I want to add into this bit is the graphics downgrade. Look at the effects on this Mosquito engine, for example. See all the glowing parts in the engines on the back.
Yeah.
I don't think that's not. I believe that's no longer in the game.
Well,
That's no longer in the game.
And whatnot.
That effect is no longer in the game. I don't think I've ever seen it happen when I joined 2019. That got downgraded, I think.
So I don't I'm not 100% on this, and I don't want to say anything too bad in here, but I'm pretty sure they added something like that back as a paid cosmetic.
Nevertheless, I can see that the textures and the graphics overall definitely had more detail back then, and then the downgrade eventually happened. My theory is when the PlayStation port came in, yeah, there's a PlayStation port for this game. When that came around, I guess they had to make some sacrifices. That's my theory.
Yeah, that too. I can't, like, I feel bad for the PlayStation 4 community, because you know there's a lot of dedicated people in there and they love the game just as much as us. But from a company perspective, I feel like the PS4 port was probably the worst thing that Sony could have ever done. Like it stifled the development like nothing else in this game. I feel like, and like I said, it's good they did it, and it's great that we have a lot of people in there that love the game just as much as us. But from a development perspective, they got stuck with this, you know, side project that just drained resources. So yeah, it's just a bit of a mess there.
Let's talk about this game's history. We're gonna focus on the ones that I think that stood out the most, whether it was positive or negative. Now, let's focus on the positives first. When the game first started in 2012, I think what we can fairly say is the graphics definitely was one of the things that stood out. The large-scale battles was another thing. But I want to hear what you guys personally think. I know Sarah was around 2014. So let's start off with you, and the rest of you guys can chime in. What are the positives thing that you can remember from the early days of this game?
Well, that's a very good question now. Let me tell you something. Planetside has something that the other games generally don't, which is an express route into a community. Think about it for a second. Back in the day, of course, you had servers, and each server had a TeamSpeak, and you had to meet people one by one. But in Planetside, with a click of a button, you found yourself in a platoon of 48 people who are screaming in your ear, and no other game does that. So it is like an instant social experience.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like I remember first joining the game and dropping into a squad and just hearing people yelling like crazy and not understanding what was going on whatsoever. Because this game just has like a completely different social aspect to it. I even feel like no other MMO gives this same sort of team play exercise that Planetside does. It really is a social experience. You drop by and everybody's just yelling, and the platoon play, the squad play experience in Planetside is just completely out of the box. It's like nothing else.
I'm playing the footage right now, and that seems to go pretty well. Go ahead.
Yeah, on that point, I remember like the first thing I came in, I joined the squad, right? And the first thing they told me is, "You're a medic. Throw those resonates at the maxes, and pick them up." And then the max tells me in the voice chat, "Dude, upgrade your med tool so you can get people faster." And they walk me through how to do that, even though I was like, less than BR10 at the time.
Orby, what do you got? Orby, what do you think are the positives that you noticed back when you first started? What really stood out? What really stood out to you in the previous history of this game?
Yeah, I mean the community aspect, like I said, I think Sorrow.
Oh, sorry, I already answered the question already. Who else did not answer? Did Mike already answer the question? Did Mike answer the question?
No, I did not.
Okay, Mike, this is your chance to speak. Sorry, I did not get your DM. Should I open it up for the stream to see?
You can open it up. I've got nothing to hide.
Thank you for bringing these photos here. Let's look at these, shall we? So, while we're looking at the pictures, Mike, when you first started playing this game, when did you first start playing the game, Mike?
I started playing around 2012, 2013, like I said, off and on, doing solo stuff. So I didn't really touch communities. I was attracted to the game by its graphics. I think I've had 2 new PCs in the last 10 years. So every time I got one, I used this game as a benchmark. So some of these are just screenshots of just moments in time. Just the game looked freaking awesome. So played TR, played NC. I never really played VS up until recently. So these are some old ones for sure. I think if you hit open original, it blows it up even more.
Oh, yeah. If you open up original, it definitely blows up more. And let's pull up 2014 because that is the most interesting. I don't think this exists in the live game right now. Hold on a second. Let me pull out that right now. Very interesting. There's more green. There's more green in the skybox. And this is Indar, I think.
Yeah, you're looking at the crown. Yeah, that's crown and Tialois on your left.
Back in 2020, I believe this was back in 2014, I think. No, 2013, correction. 2013. I don't
see the land bridge.
It wasn't, I don't think it existed at the time, but it's interesting how...
it wasn't there. Yeah.
And look at the details on the gun. There's a lot more detail. And I think that got downgraded at some point, if I am not mistaken.
Talking about the downgrade, I do remember somebody said that the Planetside game runs on about 5 to 6 layers at most. Like, it's incredibly optimized.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I know that the game at this point is pretty smooth. Like they've done like years of work to try to get it to where it is now. But at that time, I on that last picture, and that you had of the crown there, I don't think the gun had any downgrades on detailing. I think what they messed up with a lot is specifically the lighting that you see there. That's what we don't have anymore. The way the lightning reacted to the environment and to yourself, that's the sort of stuff we don't have anymore.
I have to agree with that. Unless you have a photo like this to compare with the live game, I don't. It's very hard to tell. I definitely see a lot more detail. Definitely a lot more detail, and I can see the downgrade that they did when the PlayStation port arrived. I think it was 2014 or 2015 from my memory that when it first came out.
You know what? Let me see if I can get the same angle. Indoor is currently opening game, and I'm heading over.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, now let's move on to the negative. Oh boy, and I bet some of you in this community have quite a bit to say. Now, when you first started,
The 10 frame per second. There we go.
when you first started playing the game, and it slowly went things over time, I heard a lot of stories on what were removed from the game as time went on. So, Sala, let's start off with you, the negatives. And I bet there's quite a bunch that stood out over the years. What do you think?
No.
What do you think stands out for you, Sarlo?
I do love Planetside, not a lot of negatives on my part. So you will recall that in the terms of the graphics department, there was something called NVIDIA Physics, a new physics effect that was very experimental. It never got properly implemented, but we've already covered graphics, so let's
Yes.
skip that part. Regarding things that can be missed, you will recall that Nexus Battle Islands were one thing that got teased and never delivered. Essentially, small battlefields where two platoons could duke it out, and only now we are seeing them be reintroduced for outfit wars. Now, I want you to think you have this giant game with an open map and completely unstructured combat, where players sometimes get a subpar experience because of the free nature of the combat. So imagine if you had built in a system for curated short-term matches, a matchmaking system for squads and platoons. What effect would this make on player satisfaction, especially during low pop hours? Instead of going to cold tier or an unstable continent and complaining there are no good spawns, a player could participate in a 12v12 game of team deathmatch and perhaps be satisfied, and then, in a moment's notice, switch back to regular Planetside. Would it decrease pop? Would it make things more stable? The possibilities are endless. The answers are none, but I do miss the potential.
Anybody else want to chime in on the negatives that you remember back in the day that stood out?
is kicking in all the bangers. Goddamn.
What? So, Mike and Orby, do you guys want to chime in on some of the negatives that you personally thought of this game back in the day and what stood out?
For me, it was learning curve. Just there was a lot to pick up on, and that could be because I didn't touch community for some time, and then it seems like I was on West Coast servers as much as East Coast servers. I just couldn't get the times right for like population. Biggest problem that I've had with this game is just population. Like we all think the game deserves more of an audience than it currently has.
Does anybody here remember Combat Initiative? I heard a bit of controversy about that around the community. Does anybody know? What was that about?
If I recall, and I only know this because I've always driven a Vanguard when I was playing at sea. Before this update or after this update, I can't recall which one was which. A Liberator pilot could come in with a tank buster and be rewarded if he was sneaky and completely tank bust a, MBT and skate away. Now with the Combat Initiative update, it not only the Liberator, but it did everything. It nerfed everything. And we have the game that we like today, which is a lot more balanced, but there's some aspects that I would like to see come back. Rewarding some of the pilots was, nice to see. There's a couple characteristics with the tanks that I would have liked to have seen come back, like, some of its abilities and, resistances that used to have. There was a bunch of stuff. I didn't really keep too much tabs on it, and there's probably a bunch of people in the community that have more data and are more well versed than I am in it. But that's just one specific example I can remember, because I always remember getting swooped in by a Liberator and insta dying in my tank because they were hitting you in the back, but they were rewarded for doing that before this update.
Yeah, the genuinely like, and just to take a step back into the last question, I feel like this is sort of where my biggest issue with Planetside has always been. I think it's just the development direction that the game took a bunch of times, and I feel like throughout its entire history, the game always had this problem of the developers not being able to walk their own legs, sort of speaking, because there was a lot of stuff being told to them, from the people higher up, or changes being done to the teams, where the game was just stifled because development was not in the right place, or people higher up wanted something different than what dev team wanted, and things were just not lining up. I remember the Combined Arms Initiative when it first came out. It had a very, very good theory behind it. Like, what they wanted to achieve was really good, because they basically wanted to make vehicles and infantry have sort of the same value. They wanted to make a tank be as effective as infantry and aircraft as well. But the way it was implemented was, completely flawed in the end of the day, and they never changed it back, and it sort of stayed around as a balance change to vehicles that was more detrimental to the vehicle player than they wanted it to be. Yeah, I feel like, to me, that has always been the issue with Planetside. It's like just a bunch of development decisions that ended up leading to a game not fulfilling its full potential. I feel like everyone that still plays Planetside sort of has a little bit of this feeling that this game always had this unlimited potential. It's something great, like nothing else, and was never fulfilled because of development decisions, of things that got stuck in development, or never came out of development, or never even went into development. And because of that, the game just kind of, slowed down to the point where it is today.
I think another thing I want to bring up is these bases, these resources. Are you seeing the video that I have? I don't think, does this still exist in the game nowadays? Because there's these resources called aerospace, mechanized, and infantry.
Oh, no, that's the different nanites. That was one of the nice stuff from way back when. There were two things that I missed. One of those are those nanites, where you had separate resources for each one of the sort of stuff that you could buy. Infantry equipment, aircraft, and tanks. They all had different resources. And the other one, I'm not sure if you can find a screenshot, but the other thing that I missed a lot today was the multiple join action options. Like, back then you had different join action options. Like, today you just press J and you drop into one place. Back when you used to have up to, I believe it was like up to 3 different options for your join action, and they would show up on the left side of your screen like as little hotspots. And I miss those like dearly. I think those were a fantastic way to move people around the map without needing, to redo the spawn system.
Speaking of updates, you kind of talked about that a little bit. That was one of the things was one of the things that the game kind of struggled with. And I think would it be fair to say that the major update this game had ever since first release, they were more or less too far in between. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, when the game first came out, I feel that was a problem with the development cycle, right? When the game first came out, it came out unfinished. There was a lot of stuff that they had to fix after the game came out. If you look into the critics at the time, that's what everybody was saying. Like there was a lot of stuff that had to be done before they launched it, and after it came out, they kind of went into this, repair mode where they had to fix a bunch of stuff and try to put the game into a better state to try to stabilize everything. So it stayed like that for a while. The team was still, pretty big, and they were still, they still had all the resources. So the updates were still coming. We had a new continent, we had other stuff added into the game, and then it kind of went into a drought, right? That we had for the longest time, especially in the Daybreak era, where everybody was taking off of Planetside and put into H1Z1. That time was just development hell. We didn't have anything being worked on in Planetside. The development team was down to a handful of people, less than a handful of people, and things were being worked on. And development team, this is one of the things I think about Planetside the most, is like development team is always punching above their pay grade. Right? You have a development team of 5 people, and they're still doing something that's way beyond what 5 people could be able to do. So that has always been nice, but still, you can only do so much with that sort of development power. And then you have the Rogue Planet Games era, which completely turned it into overdrive, and now you have an actual functional development team. And it's insane the consistency of updates that we've been having since Rogue Planet Games. Like, people understate that. Like, what we've been having now is a functional service game. Like, before Rogue Planet Games and before the escalation update, I remember thinking that the largest update would get, in the year would be the end of the year anniversary bundle with a few, new reskins for weapons, and that was the largest update in the year, And now we have an entire roadmap with a bunch of stuff on it. So we definitely had a bunch of rough years in there, but after Rogue Planet Games, it just turned into completely different service. You may not like all the updates, they can't please everybody. I know a lot of people hate Bastions, a lot of people hate Osher, a lot of people hate NSO, but from a development perspective, it's just a completely different beast. Now, Anil, I need to cut you off here real quick because I do need to go. I need to go get my wife in college. I'm sorry I can't stay for any longer, but this has been a fantastic stream. And I hope to catch you up later on, see what else is going on, right?
No problem, Orby. I appreciate you taking your time, and I hope you liked Bishop's little show that he did for at least an hour.
Definitely. It was amazing, bro. Like, I wish I could have talked more and, stayed more as well. But just Bishop talked, he was so nice about Planetside One. Just hearing about the stories about, the community stuff that they did in Planetside 2 was just amazing. So definitely a great time there. I appreciate it, bro.
That's what, again, I just want to say thank you for coming in, Orby. And I'm glad that Bishop had his chance to shine, because I can easily tell that he was so passionate about Planetside One. He knew all the details, and that's something that needs to happen more often whenever doing something like this. Let the guests speak, because sometimes some interesting information comes up when you let them think. I love that.
Yeah, and it's it's one of those things where it's so hidden. You'd never hear about it, and like you said, you can tell the passion in his voice. the great time that he had with his friends and that sort of community. And it's just amazing to hear that sort of stuff from the people that predated us in this amazing game that we play now. So I appreciate him and appreciate you, Enyo, for putting this up. And I'll catch you guys in the next one.
No problem, Orby. And again, thank you so much for coming in. And I might as well quick a little ad here. If you guys ever wish to support the show, you are more than welcome to do so with the merch store I have, Twitch sub, Patreon, however you wish to support the show. And trust me, anything you wish to contribute will go a long way. Just want to say this once for this entire stream right here. So again, thank you so much for coming in, Orby. I appreciate you taking your time.
Appreciate it, Enyo.
Thank you so much,
Good night,
Orby.
you guys. I'll catch you on the next one.
Pleasure, Orby, as always.
Thank
Just
you.
stop by for tea sometime. Oh, he's gone now.
Oh,
He'll
oh,
never hear how much I appreciate him and wish to converse with him. Oh, I will never convey it to him. Oh, goodness, no.
I was gonna make a cheesy joke to Orby by saying, "Do you need a bag?" I was gonna do a follow up to that, but he's not here, so I'm not gonna do that. So Sarlo, did you already answer the question, or so Dex, Charlo, and Mike, do you guys recall about your negative experiences about this game? That what could be better, more or less? Because that's one thing we could definitely elaborate a little bit more on.
Sure, Sarlo, you can go.
Well,
Or Mike.
what is there to say? I mean, Orby covered all the bases. The fact of the matter is that when the game came out originally, there was a quite severe content drought, even within what was already available. You could only do so many same nights without proper goals to follow or new activities for so long. And I believe that was a state for about a year or so. Well, in any case, yeah, that's all I got on this one. It's a very subjective
Right.
topic, and in hindsight, we know what could have worked and what not. But then again, the gaming market also changed in the last 10 years quite a bit.
I do have something regarding that one, but first, mentioning the old Planetside, I do remember playing it for like some weeks before my computer died. I remember I played it around probably 2.14 or 2.15, around the time the Combined Arms update happened. And I do remember being completely new, right? Completely overwhelmed about everything, and at the time I was completely terrible at shooters. The reason I joined Planetside was because of I was looking for a shooter that had no matchmaking, where I could go and practice by myself, right? I tried some of the single-player games and failed miserably at it. And I was like, well, an online player would work, like with people helping me and whatnot, right? So I ended up looking at the Steam free games, and I ended up finding this one. When I stumbled here, as I mentioned earlier, learning how to be a medic from people just straight up telling me in the voice chat. And being at odds because they were like, no, you throw the nade and then you dump into the room so that when you get shut down, you would get arrested by your own grenade. And I was like, you know what, fine, I'll do it. And it works, right? For reference, you could also revive, at that time, maxes with medics rest nades.
You brought up something that I forgot to ask Bishop earlier. The bugs and glitches. The bugs and glitches. I don't know if I think Bishop talked about it briefly. I don't know if Bishop talked about it briefly in Planetside One, but there certainly have been some interesting bugs and glitches that I remember in Planetside 2 especially. So you remember those Spitfire AI turrets that you can spawn? Well, I remember on one update they were glitched to the point where you can spawn an infinite number of them. That's one I remember the most. Jokingly, we could have a Spitfire division for all of things.
Oh, the golden days.
What comes into mind when it comes to bugs and glitches? When it comes to Planetside 2 that you guys remember?
One more thing we did lose, I'm pretty sure people have mentioned it. NC Maxes used to have flamethrowers and a few other units as well, which is one of the weapons we lost, which is kind of sad. I mean, I get it, they cost lag and whatnot, but that's probably one of the things that's bad from that we've lost. Anybody else remembers any other weapons?
Say again?
Any other weapons that were lost during the downgrades?
That is a very good question. I was not around the early days.
I feel like Hesh got nerfed, but I guess for good reason.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, there's a TR flamethrower on the Flash?
Yeah,
Yeah.
TR has one.
Flamethrowers in Planetside. I have
Yeah,
to see
if
that.
So
we
you
look-
know, have you ever had a chance to eat a creme brulee? It's essentially a custard in a small ceramic glass, and then the top is made of sugar and it's charred with a small blowtorch. Are you familiar with the concept?
I think so.
Yes, well, at some point, one of the developers might have asked themselves, wouldn't this delicious charred texture of the top of the caramelized creme brulee also fit the hole in Avanu's spandex? Because the spandex insulates from heat, damage, blaster fire, explosions, repairs itself quite well, actually. It's a fantastic armor with a hole for the face. And if you burn the face with a flash flamethrower, you pretty much shut down the entire user and provide a burning sensation. It really is an all-in-one solution for committing what essentially might be war crimes on the Vanu. So it's a no-brainer that it got added later on, and it's very unfortunate that other factions did not get access to it as well. But hopefully in the future, perhaps a flamethrower pistol, a melee weapon. Oh, the possibilities are endless, really.
I mean, we have a blowtorch recently.
Yes, but of course, you see, the progress is being made, yet albeit too slow. I hope Chris is listening well.
Yeah, I hope he gets to see the clip later.
You want to talk progress, Sarlo? How about we add an Ace Attorney aspect into this whole franchise, where we investigate, where Ace Attorney investigates war crimes on the TR, VS, and ENC, not just the Vanu.
You do realize that would kill my outfit. Demo Ops has destroyed a great many colossi in its early days.
The bang bus.
The Vanguard, yes. But now, on the topic of interesting things that we had lost or changed, here's a very interesting thing that we had lost recently: recoil. And why don't you think about it for a second? Weapons in Planetside always felt somewhat floaty, which went along with the slower pace of combat. And that's why weapons were also very useful in more closed-door scenarios, controllable scenarios. But with the latest patch, I know I'm skipping a few timelines here, but with the latest patch, recoil is practically nullified. This brings Planetside more in line with other games like Battlefield or Call of Duty, where a faster, more accurate style of gameplay is, again, rewarded, and weapons that have a heavy bloom and medium ranges that would have otherwise hindered a player are no longer the norm as much as they were before. And it's a very interesting change that hasn't gotten as much attention as it deserves, really.
I'm just looking over the guns that you mentioned on this video. So there was the T9 Carve, T16 Rhino, AMR-66, PW-16, the T7 Mini Chain Gun. I don't know how many of these guns are still in the game after all these years. These are just a few examples.
All of them. They all are. I can confirm that much. One interesting thing you mentioned, or you see on the video, is the Hailstorm. If memory serves correctly, the Hailstorm and the Armistice were the first two SMGs to be released. I believe the Hailstorm was sooner. Oh, I could be wrong. And when they came out, being the first weapons of the weapon type, they were all the rage. Today SMGs are just something somewhat forgettable, but back in the day, if you had an SMG, you were with the cool kids.
More or less the same abilities that you still have back in 2014. Some things haven't changed. There's the scoreboard. That still is the same today. But definitely the UI placement, such as if you're capturing base, is very different. See, platoon waypoint updated is still the same. A lot of the things are still the same. Though I have.
But you see the alert. In a couple of the screens, I tap and open the window of the alert. This was a biolab alert, where players won by holding biolabs across all 3 continents, something which we have never seen since those times.
Oh, wait. So what we have now is
Yes.
the typical territory control, but back then you had different types of alerts where you control how many biolabs you have.
Exactly, facility control alerts that took place throughout different continents.
Yep, you had amp stations too, and tech plants.
Oh yes. I do remember digging a hole directly through enemy territory just to touch an NC or VS tech plant for that specific alert and hold it for all that is there, praying that the guys on the other continents can do the same. Something like that is unprecedented.
Another interesting detail I noticed, Sarlo, I got a question from the audience, is notice the region. It says enemies detected 48 plus. Nowadays, that's 96 plus. And a little detail.
Observation.
Yeah.
Excellent observation, yes.
See, it's funny how the game considers 48 plus back then as, ooh, it's a lot of people, but nowadays it's 96 plus. Interesting. And now, Evil Genius from the audience has a very good question. Multi-continent alerts. Does anybody here want to explain how those worked back in the day?
Be frank, what we said is all there is to it, really. Control amp stations throughout continents. And that was it. You had 9 amp stations for 3 for each continent, 3 times 3 is 9, and that was really all there was to it. After those were removed, they never returned in the same way.
I have one thing to add to that. The command voice chat in-game, you were able to communicate with all the other squads and platoons on different continents. But ever since the game design changed, where the alert only happens on the content you're currently in, there's no such thing as multi-content alerts anymore. I think, if I remember correctly, I suggested on Reddit for the developers to change it where its command chat only works with communications with the current squads or platoons that are currently in the same content you are in. The leader chat still goes through all the other continents, but at least the command voice chat was changed to localized continents that you're currently in, which is a very nice change. And I can see why you're able to do command voice with all the other platoons and squads back in the day because of these multi-continent alerts. Another interesting detail, what has changed?
For detail on this, that's a part of the feature still remains. If you see the text chat for command, it is multi-continent still. So if
Yeah,
you
that it
type
still
in,
is.
I need reinforcement at Quartz Ridge, right? People on
Yes.
Austin will be able to see it. So.
Yes. Welcome to the show, Air. We're finally moving on to Planetside 2. What we talked about earlier, for those of you that are just joining in, we already talked about Planetside 1, and Bishop summarized Planetside 1 in very good fashion in at least an hour. And I provide you guys some cool videos on that. So you can check this VOD out later for your own viewing pleasure. And I provided you guys a link or videos that you guys can check out those videos in your own time. Basically,
One more thing,
yes?
regarding the command chat, you can still actually hear the command chat of the other continent if you are leading a platoon and one of your squad leaders or a good portion of your squad is on that continent. If you talk in command chat, both of those continents will hear you.
Interesting.
I haven't encountered that so far.
And I got the perfect shot of the biolab in its old design. I don't know if that design is ever going to be brought back with the advancements of game engines we have nowadays. I don't think that's ever going to happen unless by pure miracle the Planetside franchise is going to move on to Unreal Engine 5 or something like that. That'd be very cool.
Excellent question. Perhaps not. Perhaps.
Let's hope not. I'd rather get back, like, the life on the world, like the extra vegetation, the extra light, the extra colors.
I do recall being able to taunt enemies in the old biolab because they'd be on the other side of the shield and you couldn't do anything to them, so you would like teabag up and down and they'd do it back, and then someone would go in and stab them because you were distracting them. It was great.
I got a good question from the audience. He said, Air the One and Only says, I used to play PS2 while apart ADK. Are they still around? Is that an outfit? ADK, is that an outfit you're talking about,
It must
Air?
be an outfit, but
Yeah,
who
I
knows?
honestly don't know. It depends
I will
what
check out
server
for
you're
you.
in. That's a very good question. It also depends what server you're in. Oh, a gaming community. I never heard of ADK.
We
Doesn't
have
re-
certain tools to assess outfit activity, which we're going to use at this very moment.
Oh,
Just
there's
for our
another.
viewer.
There's another detail I forgot to mention earlier. There's another detail. So going back to the Planetside 2 review that Angry Joe did back in 2012, there is another detail that I want to mention to you guys for those of you that are not familiar with this game. So the maps, as you can see here, were completely different back in the day. Very, very different territory control. So here's another detail that he mentioned. 6,000 players per server, 2,000 players per continent. That is still true today, is that right? Or was that changed? And
hard to tell because I mean I think we peak at 2,000 players. I know a continent-wide alert starts at like I think it's either 750 or 800 players.
800.
Yeah.
Here's another detail. The server name. When you go into the character list in game right now, does it say Emerald or US East or US West? That's another thing I kind of noticed. Because the menu
Well, I
is
believe it
completely.
says both, but back in the day, we had multiple servers on US West.
Yeah, back then, Angry Joe showed this little lovely little character list, and it says US East. Nowadays, it's called Emerald. Another
Well,
interesting
I
detail.
guess this is a fantastic time to segue into the battle between Emerald and between Waterson and Matterson. Yes, the most well-known server merge in all of Planetside.
Continent cap is 900. So that's different compared to what it was like back in the day, from the sound of it.
Oh, yeah, 900 is the current limit, 800 is the alert time for it to automatically start. It was in one of the recent patch notes, if I remember correctly.
And Angry Joe displayed one of the glitches and bugs that this game had back in the day. That looks rough to look at,
Oh, that one still happens.
but not as much from the sound of it.
Goodness, I had seen this. Yes.
This is in 2012, by the way. History is repeating itself.
On Osher, if you go to one of the tridents and you go up to the ramps, there is a specific angle you can do on any of the ramps that does exactly that glitch. About all the other textures disappearing. And if you do it for long enough, your character will actually fall through the floor.
And there's no story, just the lore. That's another good point that was mentioned back in the day. And some gameplay footage. He did the game. If Angry Joe ever decides to play Planetside 2 again, I think he's aware of Planetside 2 right now, but I think he's moved on to other things. Premium membership, that's another interesting thing. Look at the prices for these things back in 2012. I wonder how much. If you guys want to check right now, look at the membership prices back then. And I think this is US dollars. For 1 month is $4.99, 3 months is $12.99, 6 months is $11.99, and 12 months is $9.99. So the total price is. I'm very curious. Is the price still the same? I have to check this on this in game right now. Let me go to the Planetside 2 website.
It is quite the same.
is.
It will appear. Yes.
It's still the same?
Yep.
Yes. However, due to inflation, you could argue that perhaps the value is now cheaper than it was before.
Look at these get better benefits over time the longer you are a member and more passive serve points. Are these still the same, or was
No,
that changed?
is different actually. Back then, you had multiple tiers of subscription. I forgot how you ascended those tiers, but yes, the longer you were subscribed, the more benefits you got. And this is another interesting concept that differs between Planetside 1 and 2. You will recall when we mentioned that Planetside 1 was a subscription-based game. Hardcore subscription, yes?
Yeah, yes, I think I remember that. Yes.
Yes, and you do recall that there are subscription-based games such as World of Warcraft that exist till this day. It's
Yes.
my little personal theory, and I have no source to verify this, that if you are monetarily invested into a subscription, you are, well, you feel like you need to keep the subscription to keep access to your progress. And you don't want to lose your progress when you stop paying for a subscription. So you end up in this limbo where you do not wish to leave a game and stop tossing money at it because you've been so monetarily invested. And perhaps having a subscription model is what kept games like WoW and Planetside One even alive for so long. So it really raises a question which I had never answered. How would a subscription model change Planetside 2? Now, of course, it would mean less players that would play the game, that is certain. But what would it mean for player retention statistics? Would people who are invested monetarily since day one play for longer than someone who is not? A
Again,
mystery. We
that
shall
is
never know the answer.
that is a very good question, and I don't think I got an answer for you. I'm not a game designer, but it's a given that all of us can tell if a game is good or bad or needs improvement. One thing I can tell you right now from the top of my bat is when it comes to membership, if you look closely, the login queue priority is still a thing. But like you mentioned, all these other rewards that you get benefits over time, it's very interesting how that's no longer the case anymore. For example, if you're a membership for the first month, you get 25% more certs every day. And if you get the second month, increases slowly over time. Another interesting concept I think that got dropped over time. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. And I'm glad I got Angry Joe's video here just to give you guys a little bit of detail on how much things have changed. Very.
Yes, the Angry Joe Army. That was a fantastic outfit full of his fans. They were so much fun.
I don't know how long. I don't know how long. I don't know how much of the game he did back in the day. I think he maybe, if I had to hazard a guess, maybe a year or two. Then he moved on to other games. But I'm glad he took a look at this game back in its heyday.
Oh,
So
certainly.
yeah, you got your typical classes, still the same to this day. And apparently the voice servers back then were not very good. That's what he said in this video. I can only imagine how much things have changed. Now, does anybody know? Does anybody know in detail how the territory control worked back then? Because if you look at the map here, it's very different compared to what it is today. Today, it's more streamlined, to say the least.
Well, you will notice a lack of lattice lines, eh?
There is no lattice line. You're correct. Does anybody here care to explain how the territory control worked back then? Because I don't think a lot of players here know how different this system was back then. Does anybody here know?
Gentlemen, no? Well, I don't want to keep the podium from you guys.
Hey, everyone is welcome to join. If anyone has any idea or information, you guys are more than welcome to join us. But we can probably leave that question open-ended.
I could chime in just a tiny bit, but I gotta get going myself here in about 2 minutes. Back in the day before there was a lattice line, pretty much if you had a territory, it went up the hex system, you could attack any base or hex that was touching that hex. So you could go anywhere, basically, as long as you were touching the neighboring hex field for the next base.
I have to agree. That's how the system worked back then, because I'm looking at Angry Joe's review on the footage he used, and there is one portion of the video where you can see left and right side of the screen where the territory control looks very different. It's very different to what you see nowadays. I'm just trying to load it up. I don't want to eat yogurt. Iogo Canadian Harvest. No.
Anyway, I'll use this as my opportunity to step out. I appreciate you having
No,
me.
no worries, Mike Zat. We're about to wrap this up here shortly. And you know what? Mike Zat? Thank you so much for coming. We were just about to talk about the dev letter that the developers dropped today. We were just about to get to that.
It's been a
Super
pleasure, Mike. I
excited.
hope to see you around.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway, Mike Zat,
pleasure.
I'm not gonna take
Hope to
any of
see
your
you
time, Mike
Planetside,
Zat.
Mike.
Thank you so much for coming in, Mike Zat,
It's
and have a
pleasure.
wonderful night. So Sarlo and Dexis, since you two are still here, we're going to touch upon a dev letter here shortly. I just want to touch upon this territory control just for one little bit here.
Wait, the Surf and Storm letter that got dropped today, right?
Say again?
You mean the Surf and Storm that got dropped today?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit here. I just want to touch upon this territory control. That's the only thing that comes into my mind before we're going to move on to our last point, which is a dev letter. Just the leaderboard is still in the game. I just want to go to this one portion of the video that shows you how different the territory control was. Thank you so much for coming in, Mike Zat. Thank you so much. Oh, here's the portion I want to show you. Look at the portions of the map. There's all TR in this one map. TR dominated Indar completely, and look at the portions of the map. Look at the portions of the map that the other factions have. That's something you don't see nowadays.
No, you do. It's called Ocean.
Oh, shots fired, yes. Well, so here's another interesting observation. Back then, alerts were not a thing yet, so Planetside existed in perpetuum. My apologies, these words are pushing my limits. But without alerts and without continents being locked, combat just went in the favor of the strongest at the time. This means that today, if you remember, in your squad leader yourself, you know that outside of an alert, it's the Wild West. Anything can really happen. Fights can take place right next to your warp gate. But as an alert happens, and as the population stabilizes across all three factions and people get together, the map reaches an equilibrium of 33 versus 33 versus 33.
Right.
But without an alert even taking place, there was no such need for an equilibrium, and it was all depending on which outfits were online at the time and how seriously were they taking themselves. But I will say that having no lattice lines meant that tactics such as leapfrogging from one base to the other in order to cut off the enemy were a lot easier to achieve, yes.
Oh, Learner is here. How many VS and NC died today? You tell us, Mr. Learner. We are currently basically talking about the game's history. I hope it was the VS that died the most. I hope it was.
Yeah, also, you jumping into a dev letter is way too fast, buddy. We have a lot of things we can cover.
Like what?
Like, what was gaining escalation, the update? I believe that was the biggest one, right?
Yeah, that was one of the big ones. I was going to move on to the last point, but we can probably talk about that briefly. And there was the escalation, Shadow Warp Gate, and Armory. Let's talk about those briefly for a bit. Shadow Warp Gate was probably the first. No, I think it was Escalation that came out first. Then it was the Shadow Warp Gate. Then it was the Armory. Is that right?
You are quite correct. No, wait. The escalation update brought Bastions, the Outfit Armory, and later on, Outfit Wars, yes. The Shadow Warp Gate arrived later that year, yes.
And it broke Samir. But before that, Hassan.
Hassan came out. Very good continent. Yeah, let's talk about that. So Hassan was one of the major updates that came out. Sorry, we're back on track finally. Sorry about that, guys. We are struggling to... Let's be honest here, guys. Today, this whole podcast today, we are currently winging it right now. We try to get as many people as we could to talk about this game. Honestly, for Planetside One, we got very lucky with Bishop. He explained that game very well from beginning to end. Very well. And for Planetside 2, however, it's a bit of a mess. That kind of describes Planetside 2 right now, in a way. It's a bit of a mess. But a good mess.
So yeah, before we jump into the Hassan area, somebody wants to talk something about before Hassan came up.
Sarlo, you were the one who wanted to talk about that, or does anybody else want to chime in for this? Because I know there's the Hassan update that came out. Then later on we got...
came out quite early, so there is really nothing that was as substantial as Hassan.
all I can tell you is that Planetside 2 Hossen was completely different back then. The graphics were very different back then. There was more, it looked more atmospheric with all the haze. Like this photo here, for example, when it got first revealed. You don't see this much of it nowadays. It got downgraded.
I do believe you can do it, but you have to tweak your settings for it. For example, many people turn off their fog shadows on their settings because people tell them, yeah, you'll get better performance if you take it off. However, if you leave fog shadows on, Hossen looks slightly different, and it's a lot more manageable. It helps you see silhouettes in the distance.
This is definitely early Hossen. After Hossen came out, Shadow Warpgate came in. Not Shadow Warpgate, Escalation, I believe, came first because of the Bastions. And it also brought in the outfit resources. And I could log in game right now just to show you what that looks like. I could.
Yes, the continents did get makeover. Every so often, Indars got their improvements, but it was really quite shocking that after Hossen, which also saw a population decline shortly after, there were no resources to create a whole new continent, which was quite unfortunate, yes.
I'm just gonna quickly log in game just to show how much things have changed. And what I can tell you though is there was Escalation, which brought in the outfit resources. Overall, Escalation was a rough update to say the least. The Bastion, the fleet carrier had a lot of issues they had to fix before it got released live. But overall, it was a good update. Some people didn't like it, but overall, I think it was a good update. After that was the Shadow Warpgate, where they completely reworked Esamir to what you see now. It's
3 times.
3 times. Speaking of that, let me look up a quick photo of Esamir, what the old map looked like. Here's an interesting photo. This is the old Esamir looked like this. There was an Eastern Warp Gate on the top right corner, and the bases on the bottom were completely different. I don't know how many. I don't think there's an image of Indar over the years. This was the first I believe this was the first version of Esamir. Then, oh, actually no, this is the earliest version of Esamir. This is pretty cool. So you got your Warp Gate, and the amount of territory you can fight in was completely different. Nice. It's really interesting to see how much things have changed.
Ah, yes, this screen is quite interesting. You will note the giant glowing deploy buttons over large battles. That got changed somewhat.
Yeah, I don't see this in the game anymore. That got removed.
Oh,
here's the second version. This is the second version of Esamir. You couldn't go to the Shadow Warp Gate whatsoever. And you had to go around these Vidar observation sites. And
it wasn't the worst. It was, well, a lot of dead space, like you mentioned. Also on the bottom side of the map, it got cut down once the new update came up.
And finally, we have the third version where the containment sites came in. They did change the lattice lines recently, but this is more or less to what we see now in the live game. 3 different versions of Esamir. And how many versions of Indar do we have?
Oh goodness.
Let's do a Google search to see how much shows up.
Well, I will say that Indar received multiple smaller changes, so you're gonna have a difficult time finding images that would showcase all of them in chronological order.
Well, here's a Reddit picture of the history of Indar. You guys can look this up in your own time.
Well, do send us the link. I'm quite curious.
Lost and Outlook. This is interesting. I'm gonna quickly paste it for you guys in chat.
Wait, thank you.
So we got Special Ops Training Camp. Never heard of it. Lost and Outlook. Red Ridge Communications. This is a very good Reddit post.
Oh, yes.
Leopard Word Nursery. ARC Bioengineering. Plains of Death.
Wait, so you're telling me they can add more bases to Indar that they were already there? Yes, please.
Plains of Death.
Well, many of these you will recall the buildings still exist.
Some of these
Well,
do.
Some.
This is a very good picture. Quartz Ridge Camp got changed a couple of times. Left one is an older version, and the right side is more or less what it is now. Wow.
Quartz Ridge, yes. I used to call it the butt crack of hell for a good reason. Oh, I have so many fun memories.
And there's this huge pillar, which I have never seen in game. There should be more anomalies in this game. Even if it's nothing much, it can be very interesting. The Nanite pump station, all in the corner. Wow. The salvage yard.
Yeah, this reminds me of a few interesting things. Oh, well, it says in the text that in the back of the warp gates were 3 tiny facilities that were not meant for combat, whose only purpose was to generate the 3 different types of resources that you had, the air, armor, and infantry resources, so that players had a constant supply even when no other bases were available.
Another thing I want to mention is, remember when Bishop was talking about the mechs that Planetside 1 had? I think
yes.
at some point they were going to bring it to Planetside 2, but it looks like they decided not to. Can you imagine seeing one of these things in action? That would be terrifying.
Well,
Even
I can tell you this, that many players ventured to this Holy Land to see this beautiful monstrosity, and many napkins were used when looking at it for wiping away your tears, of course. Of course.
And the crown, very different in 2013. There was no underground tunnels that I know of, and there's so many in the old biolabs. Sarlo only provided a photo of what the biolabs looked like back then. Oh no, these are not Omega Max suits, Evil Genius. These are things that carried over to Planetside 1, but never fully implemented. No, the Max has no chance against this thing. No. The Maxes don't stand a chance against that thing.
Yeah, maybe several Maxes with the anti-vehicle weapons could maybe do something?
Again, you guys can look at this photo in your own time, or I provided the link on the chat. But it's very interesting that this one person decided to list some of the changes. For example, Black Shirt Iridiumite, that's no longer a thing. They got removed for one reason or another. There were more... What's not listed about the crown was how it have 4 control points. I remember that. And then it got changed back and forth a couple of times for whatever reason. And let's not forget TI alloys. How many times that got turned off and on and changed.
I mean, that's our own fault. We nuked it too many times.
Oh, and the rock cliff. Remember the rock bridge? That's no longer there.
We also nuked it too many times.
The rock bridge is no longer there at TI alloys anymore.
Thomas Arlo, how many times did you nuke those places yourself?
Which one specifically?
TI alloys?
Honestly, I did not.
What
Not
about
even
the
once.
bridge?
Not even once.
What about the bridge?
Not even once. I'm not kidding. Me and my boys made an effort to avoid the alloys for a pomposing that it was, and we keep a strict armory plan in Oryx. So armory assets are not wasted for memes.
Let's visit one of the continents that has no queue. Let's go to Ezimir.
I'm guilty. I think I nuked the TI alloys like 2 times before it got removed, and the bridge. I never did. I was starting to nuke stuff because I had the construction building.
Oh yes, oh yes. Those actually produce a much larger explosion than regular pocket orbitals. I mean, armory orbitals, quite fun.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a quick comparison of what the warp gates look like right now live. Everything's maxed out. And even I noticed that the game's graphics definitely got downgraded over time. Everything has been downgraded just to improve performance, and I think that's for the better.
Well,
even the northern
downgraded. I find it regrettable that more things are not added into the warp gates. I mean, this warp gate that you're looking at right now, the exact model is completely unchanged. This is how it always was. The indoor warp gates are the only ones that differ in this, actually, and of course the new Esimir one.
And the skybox is definitely different. It definitely doesn't. It doesn't look like high resolution at all. The Hassan warp gates. Oh, that's
yes,
a good
most
point.
warp gates did have some firing ranges on their sides, but the warp gate building itself is quite identical.
And
You mean
one.
the,
Go
you mean
ahead.
the 3 pillars going up with the big bubble surrounding it all?
I wasn't around for that. All I know is that I only been paying attention to the update that came out after 2019. So it's very interesting to know how much the game has had these changes over the years. Hassan warp gates. Let's take a look at the Hassan warp gate. Let's see if there's any photos of it back then.
Well, they did receive a few more buildings from the outskirts, such as a shooting range, but that was pretty much it, unfortunately. But a welcome addition, I must say. One of the most interesting things that you must note is how did the amount of bases on different maps change? If you were to remember Esamir was quite on par with all the other continents, but with time the amount of maps got reduced and the amount of lattice lines just as so, and the maps which remain are larger in nature, while Hosni on the other end remains highly splintered. Oh yes.
I think that's another fair point to say. Honestly, I wish I could have more information to share with you guys.
About the information about the bases disappearing, go look at the map you showed us. At the bottom, there is a tweet from one of the devs explaining why several of the bases got removed.
On the picture?
Yes, down at the bottom, there's like a few tweets.
Okay, Adam Clegg said this back in 2013, apparently. All of the level designers are in agreement. Putting outposts behind Warp Gate is a bad idea going forward. They'll be squashed.
And if you look at the map from Indor that he mentioned, it's basically several bases along the edge of the Warp Gates that got removed.
Which part? Is it on the top part or the bottom?
Go any of the Warp Gates. Each of them had an outpost.
With the X's on them?
Except the northern one. If you go to the southwest one, it says there was a special building before the warp gate.
Southeast. There's the warp gate and southwest. You said southwest.
Southwest, east, southeast. Both of them had it.
I believe I see.
Arc Bioengineering and NS Salvage Yard at the northern warp gate were removed, and it shows the picture of where they were.
I believe. Okay. Paris Eastern Grove? No. Lost and Outlook? No. Scarred Bases Sky? No. Either way.
One more thing that the image does mention was the planes of death that I totally forgot to mention. You were actually able to go outside of the boundaries of the map without dying. There's an actual picture of it.
Yes, yeah, it's right here. Yeah, we got a picture of that. It's very interesting how you were able to be there without dying. It's too bad you can't go there anymore. That would have been a fun place. The total number of bases has only decreased. That is true. I'm only based on this one picture, and it definitely has gone down. But I think the game is a lot better that way. I think we covered just about everything as best we could. I don't want to waste any more of you guys' time. But basically, Escalation came out with the outfit resources. Outfit Wars, we didn't talk about Outfit Wars just yet. But I can give you guys a short version of the Outfit Wars. Outfit Wars was a bracket style matches that were happening week after week after week. Short version, the Outfit Wars were not perfect. The first iteration of Outfit Wars definitely burnt out a couple of outfits that I know, B-Way included. And now they're finally bringing them back, which we're going to be talking to you guys here shortly. And what other stuff we could talk about? Outfit resources. They finally fixed up some of the issues, but there needs to be more incentive for people to do things in the game. There's missions that you guys can look up in game right now. It's basically something you can do like in Warframe, but I think that's just my short description for those things. And we're finally back. We're gonna cover the last thing on the list here today, which is the dev letter. That's gonna be part 3, and we're gonna be wrapping things up. I think, honestly, this bit with Planetside 2 could have gone a little bit better, but I don't think we got a lot of people that know the history of Planetside 2 thoroughly. So we did the best we could.
I feel like we're jumping too many hoops.
Yeah, honestly, there's not much.
Each of the updates brought a huge wave of change to the game. Like, I don't remember the name of the person now, who mentioned like the game had a drought, right? And we were starting to get stuff. It was wonderful. Even though it was one update a year, like we had escalation, and the next year we had the whole SMU stuff. It was still wonderful seeing the game be alive.
Well, the
Exactly.
fact of the matter is that this topic that we are undertaking today is so wide and varied that we could spend a long time talking about it.
Yeah, I have to agree.
You know.
I have to agree, but I have to agree, but I don't think we have enough people here can talk about it, especially me, to cover it thoroughly. But what I can tell you though is that some of the people in the audience have been very nice enough to give us some information there and there. And Escalation and Shutter Warpgate were both in the same year. 2 big updates in 1 year. That's really nice to see. And this was pre-pandemic as well. And even though it did not make the game grow substantially or exponentially, despite the developers' efforts, but I still love the fact that they went out of their way to put effort. I appreciate that. It gave us some new changes to the continents, which we all needed so badly, especially for a game this repetitive. And the funniest bases that got removed was in Amherst. Underground bases. Oh, let's look that up right now. Underground bases.
Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo. Let's wait. Let me look it up right now. Amherst Underground Base. Let's look that up right now.
What was it called? Nanite something Underground Base. Do you remember, Sarlo?
I don't think I remember.
Subterranean analysis. Yes. So, gentlemen, are you perhaps familiar with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? On toast, of course.
I don't think so. And I just found Subterranean. I just found the base. Subterranean nanite analysis.
Well, let me ask you this, Inyo. Have you ever made a sandwich using toast that would utilize like 3 pieces of bread?
I don't think I have. How does that work?
Really? Oh, you're missing out on life, my friend. Well, essentially, imagine a very wonderful sandwich, but instead you add another layer of meat and cheese and add some bread on top of it. That is how Subterranean Nanite Analysis was. A tower of delicious meat and cheese separated by very narrow points. You know, a sandwich toast has also a few holes and some mayo drips out, which is quite annoying. And that is the problem that the bases faced. You had these wide, beautiful open areas with very narrow throats sprinkled every so often that would stifle the flow of combat. Overall, many found the sandwich to be quite delicious, but overall messy to use, and so instead we now went back to eating things with a fork and knife. That is how Subterranean Nanite Analysis felt.
The worst execution of base design. Honestly, Agarthana, you got a point. When EG7 stepped in, they gave the development team the resources that they need. With a skeleton crew, no wonder why there were hardly any updates coming out year after year after year. A nightmare grind. Based on these photos, I can only imagine. Let's look up videos.
So, to put into perspective how bad it was, Senio, remember, people in the chat also did mention there's a PDA you can play? Anyway, remember the biolabs when you could spawn inside of them?
Yeah.
Remember how many people were there, how many people died, and just, you know, be and say, oh, I need to farm my directive, let me just go to the biolab, and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
The nanite subterranean system was that, but amplified.
Also, Dex, I'm just looking at some video footage of subterranean analysis fights, and this looks like hell. This looks like hell. Just holding on to this point. Learner, you're talking about this base right now. And by that, but defending squad could drop a gal engineers onto the surface to fix the surface engineer shield and lock everyone inside. Oh boy.
Quite so, yes. But here you see tunnels, vertical tunnels, that were quite narrow, and with large open flat areas, those tunnels presented a difficulty to breach. And that's what made this literally akin to a blender, actually. If
killing
you take a look
ground.
at its shape, yes. If you take a look at the vertical shape of the tunnel, and the fact that people go through and get shot at, this is, in fact, a blender.
Shout out to Casual Rel for having this video for us.
Oh yeah, something that was similar to this. Do you guys remember when the Osher launched and we had to do the campaign mission and we had to go to the specific base underground that you had to drop through this long tunnel directly into water?
Yeah. Don't remind me, Dex. Don't remind me,
And
Dex.
people camped that spot to oblivion.
Ah, yes.
Whoever owned the base owned the entire lattice. I can see that. And
For
the
an
fact that you can, and the fact that you can repair the generators so quickly and you're forced to go through another long timer. That's just a nightmare waiting to happen.
Yes.
The
So
nightmare was repair nades being able to repair destroyed generators. So when you had an amp station where the generators were a secondary objective, that opens the doors. Defenders could toss grenades from the safety of the tunnels or nearby to repair the generators, which set back the attackers for about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah,
with
like right
a
here,
single
it's
guy.
difficult to breach. It's so difficult to breach. Even if you get a good group, it's just a nightmare just to get in. Nightmare.
which is also something that people have been contributing to containment sites since they appeared, because they were having PTSD from those, basically.
And this one, and you're in this, and you just do suppressing fire, and there's no way to breach. There's no strategy. Just endless grinding as soon as they come up. Just like that. Oh.
It's a numbers game at that point.
Yeah, it just depends. It's just the bragging rights of how many kills you get. I have to agree with Egerton said. At least containment sites has some strategy involved. If you don't have any strategy covering points with enough people, you're not going to capture that place. It's way better than what I see here. Much better. I'm going to tell you this. I would rather play containment site than this base. I would rather play that base instead. If I had to choose, that is. If people will complain about containment sites, but I will defend that containment sites are a lot better than this base.
Oh, certainly. Well, I can guarantee you that containment sites are wonderful bases, and people that disliked simply haven't given them a chance. Like, I've spent about 6 to 12 hours creating a guide on containment sites that is incredibly detailed, and I can appreciate the intricacies. So all they have to do is spend 6 to 12 hours making a guide, and they will love it.
I mean, I just played there for like 2 hours and laid the layout, and I loved it as well.
And I'm just gonna leave it at that. Subterranean analysis, one of the biggest missteps that Planetside 2 had, to say the least. It's a big misstep, to say the least.
Well, that misstep is nuked now, so there you go.
I wonder where in the map where in part of the map was this? I wonder if there's an overview.
Eastern side of Amerish, according to the records. I never had the displeasure of meeting it in person.
Yes, it was quite on the right side of Amerish, quite separated from other lattice lines. So
Combined Arms Initiative.
Necessary.
Combined Arms Initiative. We already talked about that earlier, correct? I think we already talked about that. I think.
I do not believe so, but it's such a wide topic that we shouldn't dive in it.
Well, learner. Well, learner, do you want to give us? Do you guys in the audience want to quickly give us a quick summary on the Combined Arms Initiative? I know there are some articles out there, but please feel free to give us a quick summary of what the Combined Arms Initiative was. I know we had a couple people here earlier. Right now, we only got Dexter, Sarlo, and Sherman, one of my moderators, in here with us. I wish there were more people that would have showed up in today's event. I did put up a notice 2 weeks ago, but some people came in at the last minute, and I think one of the people that we have that was supposed to show up is currently at work right now. But it looks like they're not home yet. But I'm gonna see if they will show up. But Combined Arms Initiative, definitely an interesting topic here. Let me look up Planetside 2 Combined Arms Initiative. That's another that I've heard that being mentioned a couple of times whenever I was running armed when I was doing platoons. What's the first thing that comes in with the Combined Arms Initiative? The time comp.
Yes, it was a fun process of rebalancing the game from a more slow armor-heavy focus to giving infantry more tools to play with armor. But to be honest, that's all I can remember, simply because it happened quite early on, and with multiple balance passes, the essence has been quite muddled.
I didn't play much during that time.
No,
so
I did not play either, but it was mentioned by Commander Sirius on a video. I haven't watched this video personally, but based on the comments, people definitely are making quite a bit of criticism on, for example, changing AI vehicle weapons to do less damage to infantry and more damage to tanks was good, and a couple other things. We could be here all day. But they basically nerfed rocket speed, nerfed everything all around, deadly against everything, shouldn't take 10 rockets to kill a vehicle. That's what we're doing right now in the game. Now I notice why they definitely nerfed it. No what? Every time I do armor columns, whenever I do armor columns in game, we always dread light assaults or infiltrators because they can kill the vehicles so quickly. And it takes a lot more effort for armored players to kill anybody in the game. It's all about balance, and I think that is definitely still an issue in this game, and it's gonna be hard to find a balance where everybody's gonna be agreeing to something. I do know there was a couple of people from the Planetside 2 community that was gonna join us tonight, but I'm not too sure if they'll be coming in time for this event tonight. But I think, honestly, the highlight we have tonight is Planetside One. Man, that was a very good bit. It was just me and Bishop, and I basically let Bishop talk all the way through that. That was beautiful. If you had a couple more people that can talk about the history of Planetside 2 in detail, this would be great. We're just basically winging this right now. This heavily affected this race as a single tech plant. Made update. Tech plants were considered incredibly valuable. Because they didn't want me to.
The single tech line was quite an interesting change, I must say. You know, many people actually wished for the tech plant in the middle of Esimir to, in fact, be the thing that explodes and create the shattered warp gate area, so it would get more playtime. But I do believe this current loadout is quite proper. Now, Inia, I do hate to be the guy that does this, but I'm gonna pass out of sleep deprivation in moments now.
Oh, you gotta go?
Well, no, I don't have to go, but I am going to pass out, so I don't think I have much of a choice in this matter.
Sure, I think it's fine. I think it's fair we can move on to the last bit we have tonight. We could be here all day talking about the controversy, some of the negative changes Planetside 2 had. But what I can definitely say overall in return is there are definitely certain areas that could be balanced more. But I think it's fair to say that I think the developers are going to be saving that for later on. Oh, well, wait, Bishop, you're back. Wait a minute, Bishop, you're back. Do you want to join in the conversation with us, Bishop? We are still covering Planetside 2, and we're just about to go to our last part. Welcome back, Bishop. If you have nothing, if you guys in the audience have nothing else to add, that's noteworthy to mention about Planetside 2's history, we're gonna move on to our last bit today, which is gonna be talking about the dev letter. The dev letter, which is gonna be part 3, is just speculation, but that's the only thing I can think of in return. Planetside 2 has a very long history that even I don't know at all, simply because it started in 2019. We already covered how much Amaranth has changed. All the other content has changed. Escalation, Shadow Warpgate. Oh, and the company EG7 that basically provided the funds necessary for the developers of Planetside 2 to not have a skeleton crew anymore. That's another interesting thing to mention. And there were a couple...
far back we go, yes.
There were also a couple of staff departures that happened as well in Planetside 2. For example, one of the executive producers left and moved on to other things. I believe I forgot what I forgot. There's a picture on Reddit with Rel and somebody else. I don't remember his name, but he also moved on to other things, and he works for Sony now. So there's been, and Andy left, yes, but the other guy. Not Andy, the other guy. I forgot his name. But he also moved on to other things. And Bishop, if you want to request to speak, just request to speak and I'll drag you in. And Oh, Sherman. Oh, Sherman. Oh, you're all good, Bishop? Okay, we're going to move on to the dev letter then. That'll be the last thing we're going to be talking about today. I appreciate you guys being patient here. So we're finishing with part 2, and now we're going to move on to part 3. Part 3 is the dev letter that conveniently came out today, and that's what we're going to be talking about right now.
You certainly were not involved with it coming out today, I believe. No.
What?
Certainly not a coincidence it comes out on the day of your stream.
No, I didn't even know it was going to come out.
No, trust me, Sarla. Trust me, there's already an investigation going in for Eno. We're seeing if he's involved with Planetside.
I see, yes.
I'm under internal affairs now.
And as the stream ends, Eno turns away from the PC and puts on his pink bandana and takes off the face mask.
I don't know why, but I would just picture Eno being like Palpatine during the prequels. He's, one side he's like, oh yes, and then the other side you see him wearing the dark hood.
I've been called many names, to say the least. I'm being called Eno the Dodo, a teacher, among other things.
Eno the Emperor.
We could make a list of nicknames to what I am. What would be the one that stands out the most? Okay, here we go, guys. Part 3, the dev letter that came out today. This one is called The Surf and Storm. You guys can read this on your own time.
We're gonna go part by part here?
The Corsair. Let's talk about the Corsair. When I first saw this picture, I was thinking of Baywatch with guns. That's the first thing that came into my mind.
When you said Corsair, I thought of the World War II aircraft.
No, not that one.
And I'm like, oh wait, no, never mind.
No. Think Baywatch with guns.
I'm thinking it's a harasser of the sea.
I think you might be right.
We think about its ability to spawn allies, and then I think, oh no, it's the ant of the seas.
Underwater access to tridents. We'll cover that in a moment. So for this Corsair, you can have...
Sarla was getting cut off.
Go ahead, Sarla.
There you go, Bishop.
Yes. Hello, Bishop. Regarding the boats, you gentlemen might not have read the entire thing, but it has a feature. The boat catapults people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What is this? The medieval? Is this the medieval times now, where you can catapult people? Oh wait, we got platforms for that.
It's the second paragraph.
I mean, it looks kind of like a seafaring Sunder, right? It's got 2 guns that you can do different weapon options on.
There's 5. Apparently, this boat you can have 5 seats on it. So 2 gunners and a couple people can be inside. So it's kind of like a harasser.
Can I bring up Planetside One?
Go ahead. Any similarities? Any similarities for Planetside One?
So you saw the old Sunder in Planetside One.
Yeah, we went through over that. Yes.
Right. Yeah. So it had two, or a large gun, a smaller gun that were kind of like lightning cannons, and it had 2 machine guns on the sides, and it could carry 12 people, and that's all it did. The Sunder in Planetside 2 is actually based off of these Empire-specific 5-man transports. It's about the same size and same look as it, and they would carry 5 people, a driver and 4 passengers, and 2 of the passengers would have guns, and they were amphibious. So this is the boat version of that. Yeah, if it's a 5-person transport with 2 guns that goes on the water, they had that in Planetside 1, but it looked like a Sunder because it was amphibious.
Interesting.
To me, the Corsair, I don't know, does anyone here play Arma?
I don't. I don't play Arma. What is it? Go ahead.
Let me take a picture, copy a screenshot, and I'll send it to you, Enio.
Okay.
It sort of reminds me of an assault boat they have on the game. Let me just do this and then paste. It sort of reminds me of that if you look at it.
What stands out to me the most from this dev letter is this part right here. There's been never a naval vehicle in Planetside 2. I'm not sure what in Planetside 1, Bishop, but that's true. Planetside 2 never has had a naval vehicle. So how they're going to implement it into Ocean or the other continents remains yet to be seen. And I'm just wondering how this is going to work, because there's going to be seaports for this. This could definitely could be a big game changer. So it's not just
about the seaports, it's mentioned below.
Evil Genius, congratulations. Let's start another one right now. Okay, let's continue with the dev letter. That looks pretty cool, and you can see the seats inside the thing. So there's 2 gunners, and there's the driver in the middle, and there's gonna be two passengers on the back. If I see that right, that's very cool. That's really, really cool. Here's the next thing that's very interesting. Offshore and under, where there's going to be bases you have to capture underwater.
Yes!
That's going to be interesting.
Wait, there's more.
Take that, Arma. Why can't you have battle underwater?
Actually, they can.
But you have to mod it.
No. So, base game Arma 3, certain guns will work underwater. And I've been part of milsim groups, which we've actually done water assault things where we would we've actually done boarding missions where we board enemy ships that have been taken over by pirates. We would actually board from using the anchor, and it was amazing. But that was modded, but the weapons we used were base.
I just saw your picture now for the picture you sent me, Sherman, and I definitely see a similarity between the 2 pictures. I can definitely see a similarity there. It definitely looks similar to that one you just saw. Compare this to that. It does have some similarities. Definitely.
Patrol boat's a patrol boat, right?
Exactly.
No matter what, they're going to use the same format for all patrol boats.
Ocean under.
Do you think that the back passengers will be like rumble seats, so you could have heavies with rocket launchers?
That is a very good question. That is a very good question.
The model showcase is clear that this will not be the case, especially with them being able to catapult. But gentlemen, I wish to divert your attention to another interesting fact. It is only written in text that there is going to be a new utility slot that is going to be a small vehicle that will allow faster traversal underwater for infantry, which right now move at a snail's pace. So there is a smaller personal transportation vehicle that we have not yet seen.
Water jets, alright.
Yes.
Wait.
That's probably a water jet.
Wait, isn't that what the Flash is already with the turbo?
Well, perhaps the Flash could be seen as that, but this would be a more exclusive vehicle, specifically for short distances underwater.
Okay, guys,
So
I want you to read. I want you to read this part here because this will interest some of you, and I have not seen this before. Here we go. Players will now able to fight over underwater objectives and can now make use of many infantry weapons underwater. The majority of these underwater play spaces will surround sea posts, which have been revisited and increased in number throughout the map. Each sea post now has a spawn room and a smaller footprint overall. You can pull the Corsair, the boat, and other amphibious vehicles from the attached sea dock, as well as air vehicles as usual. These new bases give you a staging ground to launch assaults on other bases and adds much needed flexibility to Oshir's lattice network. That's a very welcome change.
Quite so, yes. More
These
bases that is nicer discipline yet.
there are there are sea posts currently on Oshur, but they're not easy to attack without boats. So how do you attack them? Either by air or you get a sunder full of people on it. That's it.
Yeah, from my opinion, from my experience, I mean, from the seapost, they usually go uncontested. Since we don't have any spawns on it, and the only real way you're getting there is you go in a plane, you get dropped in it. Because if you go there by sea with your vehicle, for starters, your tanks cannot even go in there because it's floating. So anything that sinks cannot go there, and anything that's over water can easily be shut down by things from the other shore.
Here's an interesting photo I want to show you guys. Control points and fighting underwater. Now, you guys know in this game that your movement speed is obviously much slower, and vehicles also go much slower. And they mentioned a specific fact right here that there's enough cover to encourage legitimate battles around these areas. That's a very interesting statement they're making. How there's just enough cover. How is that going to work when your movement speed is much slower in underwater? I'm very curious how that's going to work out in the live server.
Well, I expect it to be a meat grinder full of Zergs moving at a snail's pace, some circling around using the new vehicles that have not yet been shown. So we can only wait and see. I do not believe the gameplay style will deviate overall from the gameplay style that the core audience directed at Ocean's development enjoys.
We need more rum.
One thing I will notice is, and it's also happening right now, is when we have people going over water with their vehicles, right? I have seen them all die miserably to the whales.
Here's an interesting point the developers just made here, and I want to read it to you guys. So the development insight that they write here is, quote, for the initial pass on underwater weapons, we've enabled most non-vehicle weapons that deal small arms, resist type 2, that damage to fire underwater. Mines, C4, and a handful of other deployables are available, as well as medical applicators, ammo packages, and recon devices. Max suits can also fire underwater with their anti-infantry weapons, though repair tools cannot be used underwater. Now that is interesting. You cannot use your repair tools underwater. That's gonna be very interesting, especially if you're fighting for that post. What do you guys think of this?
Yeah, that is a huge help that we're not going to be limited to like 3 guns the whole time, which is nice.
R.I.P. NC Maxes.
Yeah,
Slow-moving shotguns underwater.
Hey, I guess we're gonna be mid shields the whole time with just the shield up.
A guy in chat made a good point that players can't just dive in the water from air repair and come back up. That's a fair point. So it's all about balance. And
I mean, to be honest, all the maxes will have to run out to repair or Berserker implanted. They have it to keep themselves afloat. And as mentioned, NC maxes are ripped because we have no long range weapons and we only have shotguns, which, are not going to matter much when Elias is just going to jet back into your face at C4 you, right?
And
you could argue Gorgons or maybe even the Maddox for medium range. And if there's enough cover underwater, I think the Maddox might be usable.
And the developers are aware. The developers also are aware. And sorry to interrupt you, Dex, but the developers are aware of this because they say right here, quote, between these limitations, underwater combat space has become a mostly infantry-centric combat space where angle of attack, self-sustain, and maneuverability have the most impact in the moment-to-moment instead of who has the bigger gun or force multiplier, end quote.
mean, regarding the argument about the Matux, it said anti-infantry weapons, and I believe the Matux is classified as anti-vehicle. So, you know.
Is it really?
Yes.
It's gonna come down to maneuverability on who gets the most damage instead of who has the better gun or force multiplier.
I believe light assaults are going to be reigning supreme. I mean, their jetpacks work, and drifters is especially good.
Wait, did anybody test if the...
I didn't even think about that.
Wait, did anybody test? Did anybody test on Osher if the light assault jetpacks work underwater? I don't think I ever did that.
They do. They do. They make you move really fast. It's like if you use the flash and you use your turbo, you move a lot faster. It's the same if you do it with.
Oh boy. This is gonna be an absolute nightmare. Imagine a whole platoon of drifters coming towards the underwater point.
Yeah, also, for reference, infiltrators cannot cloak while underwater, so, you know, there's that.
Oh, nice. That makes sense.
That's gonna be very interesting. That's gonna be very interesting how...
So, in my opinion, it's gonna be fucking, excuse me, what the language? It's gonna be light assaults and medics that will be showing their work.
Yeah. Is this this is an adult stream?
It is, yes.
I dropped the F-bomb earlier.
TRD Red made a good point. TRD Red, a community member of mine, made a very good point about our community. Be mean, but don't be mean. That's a very good way to put things here. And here's another interesting point I want to read you guys. And they say, quote, with this update, we'll also be introducing a handheld underwater mobility device that is equipped in the tactical slot and is available for certification points. The first time we've done this. This device helps allay some concerns over the slower paced movement in underwater environments, provides more angle of attack options, and will help you get back to that vehicle you accidentally ejected from on the water surface. Now, this is going to be interesting for players that don't play light assault underwater. This could help out the combat medics during the heat of battle. This is going to be interesting to see how they're going to do this.
Yeah, I'm seeing chat there.
Yeah.
If it's what type of slot is it? Tactical?
It's going to be under tactical, yes. They don't mention what it is, but it's an ability that's going to help allay the concerns of the slower paced movement when you're underwater.
I mean, there are tactical slots that don't require you to actually pull them out and activate them, right?
Nope,
I'm trying to think.
All of them work. All the tacticals, you have to deploy them.
Is the 50 extra shield, is that tactical or is that a different slot?
That's a utility.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the tacticals we currently have in game is Accordion Bomb, the Pocket Flash, the Hard Light, the Ordnance Damper, and the NE11 PML, which is for the drill mission.
Yep. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's all the outfit merit point stuff. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna message one of the community members here because the next bullet point we're gonna be talking here, he's gonna be interested in this. Hold on a second. I'm gonna message him right now.
So if it's the utility slot, that means I'm currently in game, so I can see that. So people are gonna sacrifice their mines, their med tools. I mean the med kit, the hard light barrier from the engineer, all that kind of stuff, if that is a utility to use.
Did it say utility or tactical?
It says right here, it says tactical slot. They say it's gonna be an underwater mobility device in the tactical slots, and it's available for certification points, so you can upgrade it so it becomes better. I think that's what it says.
Well, and I think that the reference to it being the first time is specifically to the cert points, since all the other tacticals are outfit merit points, right?
Let me reread this one more time, so that I'm not.
They don't have upgrades.
Let me reread this one more time, so I'm not gonna mess up on this. And I quote: with the update, we'll also be introducing a handheld underwater mobility device that is equipped in the tactical slot, and it is available for certification points. The first time we've done this. This device helps allay some concerns over the slower paced movement in underwater environments. That's the thing I want to read again, so you guys get that clearly. So it's a tactical slot ability that's gonna help make the underwater gameplay be not as bad with the slow movement. It sounds good in paper. It sounds good.
5 PC fans duct tape to your arms and legs.
Merit slot stuff.
There's also a
Gotcha.
possibility that it takes that tactical slot, but then functions like a jump jet, and so your spacebar just fires it off.
Quite so, yes, that would be the most likely. Inyo, my apologies, but I shall retire for you. I mean, you gentlemen enjoy your conversation. It has been an absolute pleasure. Call me when there's part two.
Good night, Sarlo.
Yeah, no
It was
worries.
nice talking to you.
You gotta go, Sarlo. Thanks for coming in.
My pleasure.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much, Sarlo. And the next thing we're gonna talk about, Bishop. Are you How big is your outfit? Did you do outfit wars by any chance? I know. Did you also do outfit wars, Dex?
We don't do outfit wars. We've trimmed down our numbers over the past few years. So it's been a while since we've fielded like an entire platoon of members or 2 platoons. So
I was hoping to get some outfit representatives to talk in for this next bullet point that we're going to be doing here, but But let's just do it anyway. See what you guys think of this. So outfit wars returns, and this time we're doing the 1v1 format instead of 1v1v1. This is going to be very interesting how they're going to execute this. So if you guys don't know, the developers teased a map back then, the Nexus Battle Island, that never got released until now. We don't have much to go on, only just by the teaser video they did back then and this quick photo that we have. This is gonna be very interesting.
There's some description about that at the bottom. It's ice. It's some ice region. The other thing I want you to note is that I don't remember if it was on one of the other dev notes. They were exploring the capability of allowing us to fight other outfit members. I mean, other people in our own faction. So NC and NC could finally fight each other.
That's what they mentioned here. Yes.
Yeah.
This opens up the
But like as a permanent option.
I like that variety. So you're not just necessarily fighting against other factions. You're also fighting your own group. This is definitely going to be very interesting how this is going to be executed. And there's not a lot of detail to how the Outfit Wars is going to return, because the last time Outfit Wars was done in a 1v1v1 format, you need to have 48 players. And I can tell you right now, not every outfit in this game is going to be able to get 48 people. Not unless you're a very large outfit or you got a lot of bodies in the outfit.
So I was not part of the outfits that did participate, but it did allow them. I helped them find the members. For reference, I'm from the Continental Rangers, right? It was one of the largest outfits, like around last year. We were so big that us opening the outfit members league would crash people.
The only thing to help make the outfit wars a little bit more fun, I remember a couple of my outfit members, a couple people from several outfits in US East talk about alliances. Basically, give outfits the ability to pair up with other outfits to play in for this one team against the other. I like that idea, but so far they have not mentioned this idea on this dev letter here.
I believe they did mention it. It's on the roadmap, actually. Outfit alliances. It's there on the list.
Okay.
But yeah, back to the outfit war story. So, as I mentioned, I was helping out because on our outfit, we are relatively free. We don't force people to do anything. So we would simply held the vote, like how many would be interested in joining outfit wars, right?
Yes.
And we had roughly about 20 people who volunteered to answer that call. And throughout it was, we wanted, if we're going, our leadership had the idea, like, if we're going to participate, it's going to be, we need to have at least 50 people, right? We're not going to make a bad show. So the other option was people would go to other outfits and join theirs because the others couldn't fill the whole roster themselves, right?
Right.
And there was this whole 2 to 3 months of people preparing for it and saying, you know what, we have 10 people, right? And they would go like, oh, we have 20, and they would grab this other group of like 10 people so they could participate in, which also brought their own share of troubles. I'm sure many in the community have stories regarding that. But yeah, I did not participate myself, so I can't say how it all went down. We'll probably need to get the appropriate people for part two, right?
Oh no no. Welcome to the show, Pebble. No, I was talking about that not every single outfit in the game can field the full 50 players or 48 players. Not every group out there will be able to do so. But going back to this whole talk about alliances that I've heard the community talk about, bring up to the pastorelle, was give the other outfits ability to join this team so that they can pair up, so that they have a chance to fight in outfit wars. That's an interesting idea that was a major issue. I remember that pretty well. That's some matches were very one-sided because there were not enough players. There's not every group out there can field the full 50 players. Not every group. If there were outfit wars matches where it was limited to 24 players or less, something along those lines, that could make things a little bit more interesting. I don't think that outfit wars match is going to be interesting at 12 players. But if it was cut down in half to 24, it could be doable, and it's not going to be nearly as hectic.
More participants if that was the case. But 48 is indeed the right number. I mean, it's the full platoon.
I'm gonna guess that the dev team probably are aware of the design choices they're gonna go outfit wars this time around. Last time, like you folks remember, it was 48 players that you needed. You needed 48, and not every group was able to do that. But with this 1v1 format, what if there was an option for a tournament that you can have for one bracket? It could be 48 players involved for one team, or maybe you can have a lower end bracket where you need at least 24 players. So instead of 48, you can have 24, which is not going to be nearly as bad, because like I said before, not every group in this game can get 48. Not every group. So if you give these mid-tier outfits or lower a chance to compete in this, you can definitely have a lot more replay value with this game, because this is the only end game content this game has. Oh yes, the alliances is a very good idea, but having the option of having outfit wars matches with much less players, that I think that should be an option as well. If you're not interested in a 48 versus 48 type of an outfit wars match, there should be a lower end of 24 players. So with the alliances in place, it will not be nearly as difficult to put people.
That, you could sign in without filling the roster, right? You could show up at 20 or 10, however many you could gather from your outfit, though. So.
Yeah.
The fights weren't fair.
Yeah. And Pebble just made Pebble made an interesting point. So instead of the usual 48 versus 48, it could be 12v12 or 24 versus 24. I think it's just a theory, but I think what's more likely going to happen is it would be nice to have a 24v24 option. 12v12, I don't think it's going to be nearly as interesting to watch, but the 24v24s does sound more feasible, even with alliances turned on. That would be very nice. It's an option because not every outfit in this game doesn't have enough players to commit into a very competitive end game. That's all I gotta say when it comes to outfit wars. I have never played outfit wars myself, but having the option, like I said many times already, 48 versus 48 and 24 versus 24, even with alliances, I think that's the way to go. But we will see what happens when they share more information on it. But as a Planetside.
Right. The guys on chat had a good point. The infantry leagues on Jaeger, the 6v6 format.
That's six v6 on Jaeger. I never watched those myself, and I'm not sure how the 6v6 format is going to work for this type of a map, because we don't have much information on what kind of a map they're going to be fighting in. So I'm very optimistic to how that's going to work out here.
For reference, they fight in the regular maps like Esamir, Hossing, and so on. And I've
I would
only
say
seen a few of
Nexus.
it.
Nexus is a Planetside One map that was tiny. It was like a single point base map.
Based on these pictures, Bishop, does it look like it's the same or is it different?
I don't remember closely enough, but the Osher used to be called the Battle Islands, and it had 4 zones in it that you basically, like 4 miniature continents you went to, and each one was a smaller island, and Nexus was one of those. So that does look familiar, but I want to say it was like a single mountain with mountain passages going up all around it, different sides, but that could be my memory.
If
Memory playing tricks.
Nexus has been around since 2015 game files, but they never released it until now. I am looking forward to this, and I'm predicting it will be either 48 versus 48 or it's going to be 24 versus 24.
I'm gonna say Azure Twilight and Blue Lions did we made up our own outfit wars because we were down to only a handful of outfits playing the game at the end of it, and we did that on Nexus, if I remember correctly. And so that was one platoon versus one platoon back when platoons were 30 people. Yeah, but that's all into Planetside One stuff. So I mean, it's a map that kind of lent itself towards that type of small play.
I have to agree with Pebble. I have not seen Nexus myself, but the fact if the developers announce that it's going to be 24 versus 24. I think that there's going to be a better reception for that. It's not going to be as hectic for the mid-tier outfits.
Think about it. If we compare Nexus, they say they have 9 bases. I believe it says on the post.
9 base map is a 9 base map.
Okay, 9 base map. I believe Cold Tier also had around 9 bases.
I don't recall.
They had 10. And yes, with over 60 people, that felt cramped.
We'll just have to wait and see. But if it's going to be 24 versus 24, I am going to be very interested to see how this is going to go because getting 48 players is already very stressful enough for some of the outfits out there, and this is without alliances. So this is going to be very interesting how this is going to turn out in the end, and we don't even know what the map looks like. I think some people in the audience did say that it was on the game files. But I don't think anybody knows what the map is really going to be like. Maybe they made some changes since we last saw it in game files. We just have to wait and see. But I honestly cannot wait to see how this is going to turn out. I don't know if my outfit especially is ever going to compete in this because I'm not very experienced with endgame content. I'm more of a casual player. But for those outfits in this game that really want some competition, I think this is going to be a welcome addition that's sorely needed. Because there's really not much endgame content in this game. There really isn't much. And speaking of Outfit Wars and its history, I still remember when the first version of Outfit Wars came, and it was not pretty. It burned out a couple of outfits very badly. I still remember that pretty well. Does anybody want to talk in detail how bad that was? It went on for weeks. I remember that.
I thought they were exciting.
Yep.
And there was definitely a controversy.
That's from the watching viewpoint, though.
Behind the scenes was a lot of drama, to say the least. Pebble, you nailed the point in the head right there. Definitely some behind the scenes stuff. There was one match in particular that was quote unquote rigged. I remember that. I don't know which server that happened, but that's another problem that the Outfit Wars had, and I think it got addressed. Connery, I remember that. The second time the Outfit Wars came, it was a bit better, but still had some issues to fix. It was not nearly as bad as the first one. What do you guys think of Outfit Wars? What issues did you remember about the Outfit Wars, and what do you think is better?
I'm back. Sorry.
Welcome back. 1v1v1 was fun to play, but when it comes to doing it over and over and over again, I I don't think it's gonna keep people interested. But with this new map with 1v1 format with 24 players, that will be interesting. Imagine.
The best part about it would be if it's like available for us though. Like let's say in the weekends we could go to the outfit menu and go, hey, you can challenge this other outfit, and they can accept, and we can get our own like schedule, right? And say, hey, we're gonna fight this 24-24.
24 versus 24, I think, is the way to go. I'm not sure that this is what the developers are going to be announcing, but I believe that's going to be the right step in the right direction. And it's not going to burn out nearly as much players because you can shuffle out players. So it's not going to burn out. It's not going to burn out the outfit nearly as much. So if Outwit Wars is going to become a semi-monthly thing, for example, you can have players rotate, and it doesn't require nearly as much for 24 players compared to 48 players. It's about balancing, and I think that if the developers are gonna go that route, I think that's gonna be a very good idea in my opinion. Even with alliances becoming a thing, like other outfits joining together for a match, I still believe 24 players is enough. Not too little and not too much. It's enough. I have to agree with that, Pibble. Like I said, 48 players is asking way too much. Way too much. So you can have at least 2 squads that has to work together. And that's why you got those little fire teams. So you can split these people and they will work together to hold this one point if they have to poke. That's where the fire teams come into play with these 2 squads. That's going to be very interesting. Because one squad has 12 players, and the second squad has another 12 players, so it becomes 24. That's why 24-24 is probably going to become a thing. I hope. This game really needs endgame content. It's not a fair comparison to compare this game to, say, World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy, because they're different genres. But there needs to be endgame content for this game to become popular or interesting, to say the least. No, this is my opinion for you guys. The content alerts, you guys that people do operations for each week, they're nice, but even you got to admit that it's gonna become too repetitive if there's nothing else to do. You can do meme ops. I've heard you can do meme ops, partisan operations if that's a thing. It only goes so far. So when you give players more options, it's not gonna be nearly as repetitive. There's only so much you can do to make the alerts interesting. And that's why I cannot wait for Outfit Wars to come back. And I think they're going to nail it on the head this time. I cannot wait to see what they have in store.
I would prefer having the other anomalies come in instead of the regular alert as well, but you know.
Yes, that's another thing when I mention air anomalies. I remember what they were like back in the day, and it turns out they're still bugged. Hopefully they fix that. Hopefully they'll fix that. And I don't know if they're gonna. Does anybody here remember maximum pressure? Does anybody remember that? No? Does nobody here remembers maximum pressure? It's where you can get free maxes. No? That's a thing.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Everybody got free maxes, and it was whichever empire got the most max kills in a certain time limit. So maxes were free, and you kill. Like, obviously, if they're free, you can just pull them and get a bunch of kills. But the score was actually based off the number of maxes you killed. That was fun.
I don't know if they'll bring that back, but
fun.
I don't know if they're gonna bring that back. But it'll be interesting to see how they're going to add that during an alert event. Imagine a maximum pressure during an alert itself. That would be interesting if implemented right. That's going to be very interesting though, because there should be an RNG with maximum pressure or aerial anomalies. It should be done either in the beginning of it or in the middle, but definitely not during the end. So it does not become too much out of balance. What do you guys think?
I mean, taking into reference what we had recently with air anomalies, we had those right before the alert started.
That's what I
need.
think.
That was a need, in my opinion, like change of pace.
Yeah, just anything to shake up a bit, shake up the meta just a little bit. Even if it's not much, say, I don't know, the first 15 minutes of the alert, it's going to be air anomalies. And then after that's done, how about another 15 minutes where it's maximum pressure? It's not it's a little different, but it's definitely less repetitive. That's what I'm thinking right now from the top of my head. So when an alert starts, there's going to be another event that'll happen immediately. So it could be maximum pressure or air anomalies.
Yeah, that would be nice. That we get more and more in rotation.
Yeah, I don't think putting air anomalies or maximum pressure after the mid part of the alert is a good idea. I think putting them at the beginning is better.
A lot of people will ignore it to get the territory control under control.
But honestly, having those two events happen before the mid phase of the alert is gonna be a welcome change if they ever decide to do that. That'll be so much better than what we have now. Just a little bit of variety. That's all we need, game. And let's talk about Beyond the Horizon. They talked about this year's roadmap. This is gonna be the last thing we're gonna be talking about. I appreciate you guys being patient here with me today. They got plans to bring the Outfit Wars back between May and August. They're on schedule. Wonder Combat expansion, they talked about that. The first naval vehicle, yeah, they did item gifting. What they didn't talk about yet is the squad system revisited. Usability, quality of life pass, squad abilities, and temporary local area squads. That they have not talked about that one yet.
Can you bring up the roadmap image?
I already got it right now. They have not talked about the temporary local area squads yet. They have yet to bring that up. What I'm really looking forward to later this year is the war asset updates, alliances, which they did mention. They did mention, but it doesn't look like they're gonna make it for Outfit Wars.
Well, yeah, from what you see on the roadmap, the only thing we're missing for this cycle is the squad system, because item gifting is now live and it's working properly. The water combat, the first naval got announced as Outfit Wars did, so that's pretty good. I mean, they've been on track.
I am very interested to know what they're going to be releasing at the end of the year. Because that is a lot of redaction.
If it's the retweak back to the settings, it looks beautiful. Oh.
It's just speculation. But if they do get all of these done like they say on the roadmap, especially with this temporary okay, here's the thing. Temporary local area squads. Now that's an interesting idea by itself. I don't know how they're going to implement it if you are already in a squad platoon yourself. But this could work for people that are not currently in a squad or a platoon. We'll just have to wait and see how that's going to be implemented. That's something to look forward to. And the first naval vehicle that they already talked about today. I am very curious how this Corsair is going to work in game. How well are the controls? What's the survivability of that boat? Is it going to be like a harasser on water? We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, right now it's better to think of it as an ant. You may not know this, but the ant is actually quite speedy, especially if you have Cordium. You can actually keep up with a harasser speed-wise, and you can actually beat him, because if you have a full Cordium tank, well, your turbo is going to last much, much longer than a harasser.
The catapult function makes it viable with the cliffs. That's exactly right what they mentioned here, because they did mention about that, especially for certain areas of the ocean map where you have to climb high cliffs. Imagine striking a base with this naval vehicle, and you can send a couple people ahead just to capture. That's gonna be fun.
As long as the catapult is strong enough to put somebody from the sea all the way to the Trident, now that
I don't know
But
if I don't know if the catapult for this boat is going to be enough to get into a trident. That is going to be very interesting. I think my guess is that the catapult for this boat is enough to climb cliffs that you see on this map right here.
let's think the cliff around Viridian, I would say. Those are relatively big.
I think that's what the developers were teasing on is bring boats into this continent so that there is an
Well,
incentive to have
we won't
boats.
need to speculate much, since they're gonna bring it to PTS in the next cycle.
Before this announcement came in, I think some people in the community were guessing that this was happening before the roadmap was even revealed. I can't wait for this thing to be in. Imagine for a second that this boat, the Corsair, was able to be used in Outfit Wars. Can you imagine how fun that would be?
That would be interesting. That would really, really shake up the Outfit Wars meta.
Underwater Trident access. That's not a thing in the game, is there? I don't think I saw that in the announcement. So you enter a teleporter underwater to get on to the top level of the Trident? I don't think I saw that.
It could also be a really big jump pad that they're gonna modify later, which would also be nice.
Again, we'll just have to wait and see. I don't think I saw that in the announcements. They did mention on the roadmap and on the announcement live streams they did a while back that they are going to modify Osher to make it more fun. There's the addition of the boats, and who knows what else they're going to change. Because they went back to the current continents we have right now, and they finally added some new lattice links for the other bases. So who knows what else they're going to be doing. Somebody mentioned it. I don't recall right away on that. So we'll just have to wait and see. Because I don't want to be wrong on this. And we'll just have to wait until they introduce the playtest that's coming up soon. The 25th is coming up this weekend. And we will see what they've changed. They're going to be releasing the patch notes, and we'll check them out on our own time. Wow, 4-hour show today, guys. What an interesting turnout we had today, and it's been an interesting ride. Bishop, I think the highlights for today's show was Bishop, because you helped fill in the hole for Planetside One, because I don't think a lot of people in this community stepped forward to talk about Planetside One. So I'm very happy Bishop turned out today. In just 1 hour or so, you summarized it pretty well.
Thank you.
And
I didn't know how that was gonna go, so I'm glad that it was useful.
I think, like I said earlier, Bishop, when I did not interrupt you when you were speaking, and I only chimed in when it was necessary, I think that's what made it even better. And I was just going through the footage of what you sent me, and that worked out pretty well. That you can just look at my stream and say, "Hey, let's talk about that." I think that went much better than I thought it would be. And what's interesting is that there wasn't a whole lot of pre-planning. We were mostly winging this whole thing tonight. Can you believe that?
The passion is amazing.
Sorry, what did you say, Dex?
The passion really came out and made this amazing.
Exactly. And I'm going to be honest, this Planetside 2 bit that we just did now, it could have been better if we had more people that knew the history a little bit more. But we did what we could. We did touch briefly on some of the things that stood out more or less. But honestly, this is the best we can do. And we just had to give you guys as much information as I could. To summarize, Planetside 2 has had a long history, obviously. Some missteps along the way with one bad base. How the updates were stagnant until EG7 came along, and finally they gave them the resources that they need so they don't have a skeleton crew. That explains why the updates were much faster since 2019 came along. That's why you saw Shadow Warpgate came out, Escalation, and finally the Arsenal update. I don't recall the Arsenal. I don't recall this game having any weapons updates in years, where they updated the values for certain weapons in a long time. That was a nice welcome addition. And Outfit Wars being a big hit and miss, that's another thing that we already talked about. But I'm just glad that they did not give up on that concept and they just continued to experiment, and I hope that they will finally get it into a formula that's going to work. The developers definitely were reluctant to do a 1v1 format, even though the community said constantly, we need a 1v1 format. But I'm glad at least we saw 1v1v1 happen. Maybe it could be a rare event when 1v1v1 happens. And if 1v1v1 is going to return, it should be 24 versus 24 versus 24. That way, it's not going to put a big strain on outfits just to get enough people to participate in that. Because 48 is simply too much to ask for most outfits. Somebody's going to burn out eventually. 24 seems to be the magic number, I think. Other than Outfit Wars, Osher finally came. Whether you guys like Osher or not, I am happy that it's here because there's variety that this game desperately needed. Hasen and Imers and the other continents, there's nothing wrong with them, but we definitely need more variety in this game. And if same faction combat works, you could have more than 3 teams. Another good point, Evil Genius. Another good point. Underwater combat. Not a new thing in video games, but I'm glad it's finally here. I'm surprised they did not introduce this in the game years ago. Probably because this game suffered bad management from the sound of it. There was even a skeleton crew at one point. So I'm glad that EG7 came along and gave them the resources that they needed. That's why the communication got so much better.
Well, I think with Planetside 2, what happened was they released the game engine on some experimental technology to make it the newest, bestest thing, and it was plagued with server issues, and so the population was massive. You know, just you can look at the population history stats, and the servers couldn't keep up with it. And it took them a year and a half to correct that, and so that loses a lot of the momentum and the population, the users to support spending the money, and it got taken down to a skeleton crew. Did you guys talk about Planetside Arena at all?
We were just about to touch on that, Bishop. I was just about to get into that. Another big misstep that happened was they thought Planetside Arena was going to become a thing. Unfortunately, came in way too late when PUBG and all the other games already existed on that, and nobody cared about it enough.
Well, I don't want to blame them on that because Planetside Arena was in alpha, and I played it, and it was fun. But the issue is they released it in alpha, and a month later they were going to, fix some stuff and tweak it and then release it. And Apex Legends dropped with I don't know if you guys were paying attention when Apex Legends dropped, but they dropped that the same day it was announced. They did zero marketing ahead of time. Nobody knew the game was coming out. And it was this huge gamble that they did because they spent millions getting non-disclosure agreements with the biggest streamers out there to all play it to create this huge hype about it. I was like, oh, there's this new game out. No one knew it was coming out. And all these, the biggest streamers were playing it for money with non-disclosure agreements. And it generated this hype. And you had 50 million players in the first month. And anybody who was trying to make a battle arena at that point, those projects are done. And that's exactly what happened to Planetside Arena. They had this good thing that they were working on. They were having us play test it and stuff. And then Apex Legends happened.
Unfortunate timing. Unfortunate.
The worst part about it, in my opinion, is the fact that it got scrapped, right? If it was somehow added into here as a mode we could access for Sanctuary or something.
It was a fun game. And it was alpha, so there were some issues with it. But when you had a full lobby, and I didn't get a full lobby because it was made to play 300 players with 12-person squads. There's no battle royale out there that plays 12-person teams. Like, they were trying to pull another Planetside massive thing like the original franchise and Planetside 2 are. And I think they could have executed it if it wasn't for the timing of Apex Legends. So, like, yeah.
I'm pulling up Planetside Arena right now, just for the record, if anybody watches this VOD later. Planetside Arena, this was the logo that they first released. There's Bastion, and let's look up some gameplay if there's any footage at all.
Remember Planetside Arena? I played it.
You played it?
Yeah, I have it in my Steam library.
Yeah, it wasn't Planetside.
It wasn't Planetside, but it was good.
Yeah.
I'm just loading up some footage.
To be honest, I think Fortnite may have taken a book out of it, because before they didn't have vehicles, and I'm pretty sure Planetside Arena had them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I guarantee they probably looked at this game and said, yeah, let's add vehicles.
When it comes to gameplay, I can't really judge on it because I never get the chance to play it. I'm just looking.
So,
yeah.
How it played was you had you only had 3 classes: engineer, heavy, or medic. But all of them had jump jets, and it had kind of the graphics were kind of in between Planetside's realism and like Borderlands. So it had that posterization kind of comic feel to it. They definitely needed to work on the gear. The gear was basically just pick it up by color, and that's all you were interested in was what color it was. And because it was meant to be played with 300 people, in most lobbies you were lucky if you got 100. There was more gear than you could ever know what to do with, so everybody was fully upgraded by the time you actually fought somebody.
I'm playing the gameplay footage right now for Planetside Arena. It looks like Planetside 2, but in third person, just like every other Battle Royale game out there. Definitely had promise. You have 12-person teams.
It was a lot of fun.
It was a good game. It's just Apex had to come along and swipe everyone.
If this game had come out and Apex Legends did not exist, I think they would have had a chance.
Oh, if this game came out before Apex, Apex wouldn't have won.
It could have. Yeah, it was just unfortunate timing on their part. I'm
not an Apex hater either, and I know. And you play Apex. Like it's a great game. It just happened to kill Planetside 3rd game.
I only started playing Apex Legends recently.
Apex is a great game. There's a reason why it became king of the hill.
Well, Bishop, if you ever want to play Apex, Valorant, or any other games with me, I will try to do those more. It's just that I currently got 3 video projects to do, along with this one that I need to put together.
I'm not into big Battle Royale games. I mean, I'm sure you guys all know Battlefield's Firestorm.
I don't think I know that one too well.
I played that briefly.
that was a train wreck.
Yeah.
You want to talk about bad free-for-alls? That was a train wreck. To me, Firestorm was basically, hey, Call of Duty has that new free-for-all. Why don't we hop on this hype train and try and copy them?
Yeah, it's a shame this game didn't become a thing. It would have had a possibility. It would have made things a bit more interesting. Yeah, definitely. It looked like they did put a lot of heart and soul into it.
Oh, for sure. It had a lot of heart and soul.
And it looked like the graphics were improved, especially since I think they're on a different engine at this point.
Yeah, it was a different engine. Yeah.
A shame that they could not carry Planetside 2 over with this engine. It would have been so nice that they could fix all the optimization issues. And look at the vehicles burning. That doesn't happen in Planetside 2 at all. They just disappear as soon as they get destroyed.
No, they do go up in flames a bit. Oh,
yeah,
I'm not watching the video.
They do go up in flames.
No, I mean, it gets destroyed, is on fire for a bit, and finally disappears. But in Planetside 2, it instantly disappears. And the circle gets smaller and smaller. And you get this end result screen. You finally get killed by someone, and you get a match time, defeat. Definitely had the potential. Planetside Arena definitely had the potential to be the next big thing.
I'm at least happy we got the javelin from it, because those things are fun to pilot.
Yeah, they are.
And look at the models. Look at the player models here. They look amazing. What was the gameplay? What was the performance like in this game when you guys played it? What was it like?
I didn't have any performance issues. It was fun, and I'm not playing on a top tier rig either.
You got constant 60 plus FPS?
60 plus, yeah, easily.
Yeah,
Nice.
Easily. It had good performance.
Did you enable potato mode?
I do not, no.
I do on Planetside 2. I did not on Arena.
But it's a lot to say.
Wow. What a long show this has been, guys. So I started putting this idea of a show 2 weeks ago. I tried to get as many people as I could. I did not go to each outfit Discord, just get the word out. Thank you so much for that, Evil Genius. Thank you so much for that. And I think this will be the second time I'm gonna be mentioning this. But if you guys ever wish to support the show, you guys get rewards like Twitch subs, like these ones you guys get to use. I think with more support, I can probably do more of these in the future. I've come a long way, and if you guys go to my YouTube, I did podcasts like this in the past, but honestly, it was a lot rougher and it was left more to be desired, honestly. But today it was a big improvement compared to what I did in the past. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Honestly, when it comes to Planetside, the whole franchise as a whole, I still play it casually to this day. I would have loved to have tried Planetside Arena, but at the time when this whole game got released, I could not even play it because I was on an older computer. It's a shame I couldn't get the chance to play it. It would have been nice. It looks so promising. But at least we got Planetside 2, even though it feels kind of sad that you cannot just carry Planetside 2 over to this engine that Planetside Arena had, because it performs so much better. It's a shame that they lost all of those resources and they had to throw away all that hard work.
Well, I think part of it is they went down to bare bones developers, and those were like second generation developers of the game too. And so they have a ton of code that they had to like spend months reverse engineering to figure out how their game engine even works. Like there's been a lot of backpedaling going, we don't mess with this piece because we don't know how it works.
It's essentially, I don't know how this works, I don't know how this works, I somewhat know how this works, so we're gonna stay off this.
But despite the ups and downs this Planetside franchise had, I think it has a chance to come back and regain its former glory. I think they do. And with Unreal Engine 5 and with Unreal Engine 5 coming out now and technology getting better, who knows? I think Planetside has a chance to get back into its former glory. I don't know if they're even.
For sure.
I don't know. I don't even know. This could be a crazy theory, but they could grab the code that they have a Planetside Arena and make a sequel to Planetside 3, because this already looks pretty good. This gameplay looks really nice.
The only reason I wouldn't want that is because I really don't want to lose my progress.
But
yeah.
I think Planetside 3 should use this engine, and they don't have to start necessarily from scratch.
Wait, you're not on your 7th character already? No.
I'm not. I only have my second one.
I'm teasing.
I'm on my like 3rd.
Actually, no. I have only made 3 characters so far. My
I
original
think-
C from 2000 something, and
I think-
C and my current. Bot.
I think that's one way to wrap things up for today. Well, so that wraps up today's show. But before we wrap things up, I think I have this one game that we can do that doesn't require too much effort. But I'm not sure if you guys are interested, because I have to switch voice channels for this. I'm not sure if we should do this.
Why do I feel like this is Jackbox?
That's what I was thinking, but I'm not too sure if we should do it for this time around, because I know it's getting pretty late for most of us now. It was a lot of fun talking about this, and I don't know if I did reach out to the developers that we're doing this event today. I'm not sure if they were going to make a visit, but I wanted to get as much of our opinion out there just for them. But I still hope that you guys enjoy this lovely little show of ours. Bishop definitely was the biggest standout of today's show when it comes to talking about Planetside 1 and helping fill in the gaps for Planetside 2 alone. And I wish that the guest of yours would have made it, Bishop. I really wish they could have. It would have helped.
He called me when I left after the first segment, and was happy with it. What he saw. So he did watch that entire bit.
Oh, I'm so happy he did. I'm so happy that he did. And I'm glad that you got your. I'm glad you had your chance to talk about it. You did definitely struggle a bit, but I'm glad I was your wingman for that. It's like we were doing talking points in Jackbox, except that I was not screwing you over. If you ever played talking points on Jackbox, you know what I'm talking about. That was a lot of fun. Also, I'm very thirsty right now. I'm definitely not sponsored by Pepsi or Coca-Cola.
Well, just drink some actual water then.
I am out of water. I am out of water right now.
What a bad host, not prepared. Shake my head.
It's been 4 hours. It's been 4 hours. What do you want me to do? I need to bring an army of water then. An army of water. Wait,
you don't have your stack of like cans next to your
army of water. Wait a minute. I think I'm giving the developers too many ideas. An army of water. An army of water.
Okay, I had said it before and I'll say it again. If Planetside 2 can get like an instance where we go into Planetside Arena, I would play the shit out of it.
I would too. I would play this game if it was ever done. And by the way, Evil Genius, thank you so much for coming in. We're just about to wrap things up here, and I think. Wait a minute. I think should we raid somebody just for the fun of it? Because I was gonna do some other games later, but actually, you know what? I got video editing to do. I have video editing to do because I already got this. I got this show to do. I have an Apex Legends video to edit.
Fine. It's only 4 hours of content. You're gonna get that done in like a day, right?
I have an Apex Legends video to edit that I still haven't had the chance to touch. What else? Apex. Hold on, I'm checking my hard drive right now. I just want to show you guys what I have to do. Why not?
No need to flex on the.
I'm not flexing. I'm just disclosing.
Stream. Thank you.
I'm just showing. I'm just gonna tease you guys. I have an Apex Legends video to edit where I won a match without eyeglasses. Spoiler alert. And Squad, where we basically destroyed vehicles and killed some infantry for fun. The highlight. That's gonna be another interesting highlight video. And another Goose Goose Duck video, guys. Newsflash for you guys. If you like Among Us, well, Goose Goose Duck is better. And it's free. Give it a try. That's all I gotta say. And I think. Wait a minute. Let me look. Let's see if anybody is on. Let's see if anybody's on this game right now. Is there anybody that I recognize? Is there anybody I recognize in Planetside 2?
Let me see.
I don't recognize anybody here. Oh! Wait a minute. I recognize this one player here. I recognize this player.
There's Apollo from.
I recognize this one player here. I'm not gonna spoil it.
There's Morpheus as well. He's been here recently.
So for you guys, hey guys, if you are a Twitch subber to me, let's spam some emotes to this person. Let's spam some emotes. Before we do the raid, I just want to say thank you so much for coming on to be on my show today. Like I said already, the Planetside 2-bit, which is part 2 of this whole show, it could have been better, but but it was the best we could, with the limited amount of people we had. And the dev letter was a lot better. Oh, Siege Tank, thank you so much. I'm glad you guys enjoyed this little show here. And before I wrap things up, if you guys ever wish to support the show, you can do it in a couple ways. There's the Patreon. You can become a tier 1 Twitch subber. Got these cool sub emotes you guys can use if you ever wish to do that. You can use that everywhere. Finally got some new channel point bits. Like, actually, you know what? I forgot I haven't done a channel points bits in a while. We need to do this for you, the audience. Let's give a round of applause for our audience here for being a nice crowd tonight. Let's give a round of applause for the audience tonight. I will try to do more Siege, but there's a reason why these podcasts don't happen very often. It has to be fun for a good reason, and there needs to be enough stuff to talk about. Here's an interesting fact for you guys that are still watching. Winter Gaming sounded interested to be here with us tonight, but they could not make it. I did not hear any word from Commander Sirius or Kamikaze. Looks like they were also busy as well.
Winter Gaming, that's a pretty solid group from what I remember of them.
Yeah, I was talking to the Emerald Discord, and I did not get a word. Apparently they couldn't make it. I have access to a lot of other outfits Discord as well, but I just focused on one Discord in particular because I have a very busy schedule. I should have contacted as many people as I could, but I had a busy schedule. But even with this turnout, I still think it turned out pretty good. I honestly don't know how this show today turned out, but I'm glad it's a whole lot better than what I did last year.
I'm here because I appreciate people making content about Planetside and getting it out there for people to watch. If 50 people in the next month see your YouTube video, or 5,000, whatever the number ends up being, that's a potential new players that come check it out. And anything we can do to get people to check it out,
if even one person like what they saw here today, that alone is a good thing for me. If even one person was happy, I'm very happy with that too.
Well, but I'm pumped that you showed me the dev letter because I hadn't seen that, and
I did not read it.
I'm pumped about some amphibious combat. It sounds fun.
I did not read that at all, but I'm glad the developers have continued to bring in more stuff to this game that they desperately needs.
There's one thing I would love.
Yes?
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go, Sherman.
I'm quite happy I read it when it came out because I've been playing Planetside while we were talking the whole time. And I did not have time to read it while I was shooting stuff.
So, there's one...
yes?
Go. Sorry, Inyo, go ahead.
No, please, you go, Sherman.
So, there's one thing I would love to see them try and do is maybe add in some bigger ships besides the Corsair. Like maybe a submarine for when we have to do underwater capture points. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then maybe like a destroyer type ship with heavy cannons that can put up AA. You know what I mean?
I can definitely see that happening.
I would love to see those as well, but baby steps, buddy.
That's what they're doing with the Corsair. They're testing the waters right now first, just to see how that goes.
Smooth pond there, I see.
Yeah, but look at the engine that Planetside Arena has compared to Planetside 2. Planetside 2 is a lot more difficult to work with from the sound of things, and Planetside Arena looks much better by comparison. It's a shame that they could not transfer all the content to this engine instead, just to work on it. But I'm glad we still have a game to play. I'm just glad. It's a shame we never got this game. It's a shame I couldn't even get a chance to try it. But it's okay.
Seems.
It's okay. But let's go ahead and do something that I have not done in a while. And you guys have been an incredible audience with me today. You guys have been. And I'm glad that all the hard work that I'm doing is paying off, and I can't wait to show you guys a new video soon, including the one we just did today. I really can't wait to show you. One thing that's gonna happen for this YouTube video is I'm probably gonna cut off some portions of the video if it becomes too repetitive, and we're just gonna stick to the main points. I think why I'm gonna be doing a lot of edits is the Planetside 2 bit, because it kind of dragged on unnecessarily, but the Planetside 1 bit was almost perfect. It's a standout.
One-man show.
Oh.
No, Dex. It's a no, Dex. It's a two-man show. I helped. I helped. Bishop, you were the star of Planetside One.
All I did was ramble.
It was a good ramble, and if you were running out of things to do, I was there in the background, and I helped you with that.
This would be a nice little podcast to have once in a while, just us to get together.
And it has to be a good one at that, and I'm glad it turned out this way. It's definitely a lot better than the podcast I did in the past, definitely. And let's do that long-awaited raid. And if you guys are a Twitch subber to me, let's spam some emotes to this guy. I don't think this guy has seen my new emotes, so don't be afraid to spam it to him. Just to show this person some love. Let's do it.
Let's get it.
And I think you will. And I think you folks are going to recognize this guy. Let's surprise him a little bit. Again, before I do
This
this,
is Commander Cross.
I just want to say thank you for everybody for coming out with me tonight. It's been a pleasure, and I can't wait to get this YouTube video out. And I'll see you guys on Thursday when we do Borderlands 3 for the first time. First time. Here we go, guys. Let's go ahead and raid. Let's go ahead and give Apollo a little raid surprise. All right, thank you so much for coming on, everyone. Have a wonderful night. Thank you.
I thought you were going to rate the new guy Morph.